I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Anxiety, filling up every space, no privacy. And silently, it could build and build until you finally see, whoa, it's taking over, damn no closure, moving closer. No exposure, I just wanna be a loner. Some can't stay sober, looking over all their shoulders, like moving boulders just to get out of the home. It sucks, I've had enough, I don't wanna feel the stuck under the rug, all my problems that I shove.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. It sucks when you finally feel like giving up. Oh God, no luck. Everything feels like you're sticky stuck. I'm lost, handcuffed to the bed where I sleep. Don't give a fuck, can't stop. Unplug, feeling overwhelmed. I think I've had enough. Gotta find a way to get some energy. Gotta find someone who's a good friend of me. I need purpose to make it all worth it. I'm still searching and I'm still learning. I want a life that's filled with memories, not a life with regret in front of me. I need focus to keep me from hopeless psychosis if I keep moping.
I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear that the thoughts build up until I can't hear, that my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff. I've been feeling weird, I can't seem to focus good enough, nothing's really clear, sometimes it could be a little tough, I just need to feel like the end's in sight for me, but let's be really real, anxiety can foggy all this stuff.
Hello, 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 everybody. How is everybody doing today? Hello. Hello, everybody. Let's see. We're going to do a shout out today and see who all's in here right now. Okay, let's see. We'll start here at the beginning and see who we got. Hey, Ada and Karen and Brown Bear Jamboree, Judith Faye, Fonda, Steph C., David Brasher, Angel, Frankie, Zen, Susan, Huntress, Country Girl, Lisa Hope, Shirley Chambers, Zen, Frankie, Creative Spirit, Deborah Ann, Nora Woods, Jack. I hear circus music. You are a nurse and you agree with the living conditions, and they are deserving of their children back. I'm going to explain all this here in just a few minutes, guys. Hello, Miss Chewy and Frankie and Danny and Country Christian and Audrey D and Carly and Hash Brown and Janice. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. Knowledge is power and Mama Bear and Laura and Audrey D and that girl 77, Deborah Ann and Miss Chewy and Regina, Autumn Breeze and Judy Jennings and Daniel, Sharon Love, Pink Butterfly, Miss Emily. Hello, hello. Long time no see, Miss Emily. Hello, Miss Versi. Hi. Sassy Seven and Tanny and Country Christian. Hello, everybody coming in. Um, yeah, I decided to do a live tonight. So, as you know, as the title, a lot of you all are back and forth on summer, and I know a lot of people are talking about summer. And as you all know, that I've been back and forth on this case. How many times have I been back and forth on this case? And I was before I was hardcore, you know, thinking that Don and Candace might have had something to do with summer, and we've went down every scenario. If you go on my lives, we've went down the Jody Soon train. We've went down the Frank Light train. We've went down the John Sherfy Jr. Train. Hello, beautiful sunflower. Um, we've went down not too far down Fred Hill because I don't know Jackie Dobbs, and we've all determined that summer could outrun him. I mean, we've went down every single avenue we could possibly go down in the last year that I've been on YouTube lives. It's been a year since I've been on YouTube on lives. Now, I've did videos before this, but lives I didn't do start them until like February. And y'all know that I've been down there, been down this road, and I'm going to agree with both of y'all. I mean, every one of y'all. We've all seen the she show that happened when Summer went missing and everything that went down in this case, and we've all witnessed. But the thing is, I never seen behind the scenes. I never seen or talked to anybody behind the scenes in this case, like Don or Candace. And y'all stay with me and don't judge me yet. Stay with me. And this is why I think Don is brokenhearted over Summer. Okay, so the last week and a half we've been talking to Don, me and Christine, and Don and Candace knows, Don and Candace both knows that we've been talking,
Really?
and we do lives. And hello, True Crime Pals, and y'all.
Hello.
I just
Not
want y'all to hear me out. I'm not here to try to change y'all's mind, but I just want y'all to hear me out. Since we've been talking to Don, that's all he talks about is his
Nora
kids.
Woods.
Hey Nora Woods. I mean, literally, that's
Hey,
all he
Paris.
about what he could do to get his boys back and to help find some.
Audrey D.
Even though in the back of my mind, I still thought, maybe,
True
maybe he does.
crime.
He knows. That's what I was thinking in the back of my mind the whole time. Until the more we talk to this man.
Okay,
Now,
let me say something right quick, Daisy.
what?
you do not get a good perspective on how Summer could possibly become missing until you go up on and you look at and see the house proximity to Ben Hill Road,
Hey,
to
Arkansas
Beach
Sassy.
Creek.
Hey,
Beach
Karen.
Creek Road is a very well traveled road, and it's not very far from Summer's house. Ben Hill Road is practically a damn driveway. I ain't gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take you over and I'm gonna show you, and then you're gonna get a good perspective on how somebody could come up there and got that baby so easily,
I
especially
honestly
if you
believe.
followed that dog down that hill.
I honestly believe that somebody went up on that hill and took that baby. Because,
Or if
okay,
anybody
so
went on the hill, I think that maybe she might have followed that dog down the hill and then got down there by that road.
I'm going to tell you all right
Hey,
now, just
Frankie.
as a Christian woman, I would never, ever do anything to hurt anybody. So, um, would I ever be mean to Don or Candace? Absolutely not. Especially with people not being in the best of health. Um, and I'm always trying to I want to help as much as I can. And I've always felt guilty in the back of my mind about accusing Don and Candace. And I've always felt convicted in my heart over that. I have. And that is one of the reasons why I've kind of stepped away from YouTube for a couple months as well, because I do feel some of that conviction. But since we've been talking to Don and we've actually got to know the real Don, the Don that works every night, all day long, the sober Don, I don't care what nobody says. Don's been sober. He's been working and he's been sober. And all Don has never once asked us for money or anything other than just talking about his kids. He needs to vent. He needs to get it out. Him and Candace needs to talk about it.
Tree tree.
They need to talk about it without being judged. And I honestly, just what time I've talked to him, feel like um that they're in the dark. They don't know how to do it. They don't know how to about to go about it and do it. Like they've Don has, but I feel like Candace don't know how about to do it herself. Like I think she wants to, she just don't know the right way. But I was what I wanted to tell you guys is I was scrolling through TikTok videos and I come across this TikTok video of, and I know, guys, I'm not trying to change your mind. I know you all are hardcore on this and how you feel, and I don't expect you to feel any different, but just hear me out, okay? I just want y'all to hear me out because hello, Tree Baby Tennessee. Because and I'm going to show you this, and I hope Don don't get mad at me about it. Um, but this is what makes me think that he's brokenhearted over his baby girl. Hang on, I'm going to show you. Because I sent him this. I sent him this video of this little girl getting kidnapped. And I want to show you the video first. Because this little girl, and I didn't even think, and I should have thought, I really should have thought before I send this to Don. Because this is something that I would have never sent to Brandy Neal. Never in my life would I have sent that. So I should have never sent this to Don. But I just wanted to show him, how easily kids could get kidnapped, which he knows. Absolutely knows. And let's see here. Let me bring it back up here. And I want to show you this video first. And this is the video that I showed Don about this little kid getting uh, stole in a store. And how easily, and I want to show you all this as well. How easy.
Can see the man grab 7-year-old Brittany Baxter, trying to carry her out of the Walmart.
Hang on, guys. This is a TikTok. This is what I sent to Dawn last night. And this is something you don't send a person. You don't send a father that's got a missing child something like this. This let me know, Dawn. is really grieving over his baby girl after I sent this. Because I just wanted to show him, how many other kids is being abducted, right? And how easy they are being abducted. And I should have never sent this to him because it breaks my heart now. But right here it is. Let me show you guys.
Toy aisle.
He just grabbed me.
It was just about 24 hours ago when Brittany, out sick from school, was shopping with her mom, who stepped away to grab some fruit, leaving her daughter to play in the toy aisle. That's when store cameras captured this man snatching Brittany, but the second grader put up a fight.
I was screaming and kicking him, trying to get away. He put his hand over my mouth.
Wow, and then what happened?
And then he just dropped me and went and ran off.
As the suspect left the store, surveillance cameras captured him getting into his car. Police put out an alert, and within an hour, they made an arrest. Police arrested 25-year-old Thomas Woods, who was recently released from state prison, out on parole for manslaughter.
It didn't bother nobody. I was never there.
The Baxters are shaken but thankful.
I'm very proud of her. I'm just thank the Lord that she got away.
I'm still scared to death, and now I'm thinking I'll never be able to let her out of my sight, even for a second.
And this brave 7-year-old has some good advice for what to do when a stranger approaches.
Always scream, try to scream and kick as hard as you can, and go get somebody that you trust.
It happened so fast.
Okay, let me take that down for a second. And this is what John's response is. Hang on. I want to bring that up. I'll have to take that down and bring that back up. And I don't know if I can or not. I'll just read it to you guys. This is what Don said to me back when, at first, I don't think he watched it, and I told him. He said, "So sad, my poor Summer." That's what he said back to me. My poor Summer. So that right there alone told me that Don is terrified of what happened to his child. And that's one of the reasons why, that is just one of many reasons why I don't think Don knows where she is. And could you imagine being accused? Hello, lovable mama bear. Could you imagine being accused of something like that and then still be worrying about where your baby girl is? Because a lot of people says Don don't look for Summer, but Don has made this case huge on the internet. We can all agree on that. We can all agree by keeping her name out here and keeping it going. He has kept her name out here, and we've all fell in love with this little girl. Now, I might be wrong. I might be a wrong judge of character, but every time I talk to him, to me, in my heart, I feel like that she is, like, he's grieving hard over her, and he's really worried about what happened to her. Now, and Candace, he said Candace is not doing well as well. Am I going to push these people over the edge? Absolutely not. Because the ultimate goal here is finding out what happened to Summer. And I know that a lot of YouTubers are coming after me and people was getting mad at me, but ultimately it's about Summer. Are the Facebook pictures you found, Daisy, real? What pictures was they, Chase? Do you know which one they were? So I do want to say, if y'all have not subscribed to my channel, please hit that subscribe button and that like button. That helps my channel grow. So I do think that by having Don and Candace having good supporters around them and good people that cares about them, like Dolly Vision and me and Christine and whoever, he's got in his life, him and Candace, I do think that that's the best way to go. Tim Mullins, I don't know Tim, but I feel like he's a support system to them. And ultimately the goal here is to find this baby. I don't think Don knows for sure. I believe they are grieving, but He knows it was a cartel event if was home-based event. I don't know if if she was kidnapped and somebody was doing it for that reason. That would I'm not for sure, but I know that she is. I know it's not good, guys, when people take kids like that. She's been gone for 18 months. Judith Faye said, if they really thought she was kidnapped, they would be looking for this baby. Why did Candace get rid of Summer's toys? I'm so sorry. There's just too many lies. And I understand what you're saying. I
Well,
understand where you're coming
I'm gonna
from.
tell y'all one thing about the toys. There's no toys that's got rid of. You can go just ride by the property and there's toys of Summer's laying all over the place.
One thing I have
I've
learned
seen
just
toys with my own eyes. Now I'm
yeah,
not defending Don and Candace. I'm not defending that. I'm not on the same page as what Daisy is. But I do know that there's toys
thank you,
laying
kindness
all
page.
over the place up there.
Well, and
There's
what I
toys all up that driveway. Little riding toys, toys
right.
everywhere. You can see them. They're laying down the hill. There's a gob of toys.
What I have witnessed since I've been in this case is a huge amount of lies um on Don since we
They take
discussed it
stuff back.
yesterday. People were saying that he wasn't working down there. I'm going to tell you guys, Candace is not doing well. She's not doing well at all. Everybody handles grief in a different way. And I don't want to see somebody go over the edge. We got to have consideration. These people are human beings, and they have never
Sweet
been
and
accused
sassy.
by the law. They've never been accused by the law. I really feel like Candace did something to Summer because Candace's story doesn't line up with the story she told. 2 minutes, really, nothing takes 2 minutes, in my opinion. And that's okay to feel that way. I'm not asking you guys not to feel that way. I'm just asking you all to let's all work together and try to see what if we can find this baby, and don't come at the parents so hard, even though other creators are coming at the parents pretty hard. And I've not been innocent in that as well. I've been just as guilty of it. But I know what I've seen since I've talked to Don, and he is not the person that everybody is making him out to be. And I've seen the other side. I know there's an ugly side when people get under the influence of alcohol and stuff. They get different. Our daddy was. He'd shoot the damn house up when we were little when he drank, but he was the most nicest, humblest man in the world. Everybody loved my daddy, but he was a hellcat when he drunk, wasn't he, Jinkies?
Yeah.
Did I love my daddy? Absolutely. Did me and Jinkies hold his hand when he took his last breath? We were there holding his hand when he took his last breath. But
Yeah.
he was a hellcat. I had to go to him and say, Dad, you have to quit drinking or you can't be around them grandkids. When I got pregnant, I had to tell him, Daddy, you gotta quit drinking. And he quit, didn't he, Jinkies?
Yeah, he did. And he turned to God.
Yeah. Hey, Jay Skipper and girl, love you too. But I mean, just because people act differently when they're under the influence don't mean. My dad was 100% redneck. People he would never say nothing to in his lifetime, he'd slam the door and cuss out when he's drinking. That's just how it is. People do that stuff. Yeah, grief does do that as well. Um, I think that I just feel like Don and Candace don't know how to reach out to people like
Blind
they
monkeys, honey, we fought over food because there was 7 kids and we was all hungry. And
yeah,
we
we
didn't have a
had
lot of food when
we
we
had
was
to
younger.
scavenge. Did we, Jinkies? We had to scavenge.
I was the
Oh,
youngest. Daisy
we
was
were
jealous of
so.
me.
Anyways,
Daisy was jealous of me because I was the baby and I
I
got
was.
all kinds of attention. So
We
she
would.
beat
We
me
were
up.
hungry. Let me tell you something.
She beat me up,
Uh,
y'all. She still beats me up.
Summer looked good compared to what we growed up in. We grew up in a shack, and it had holes in it. a lot of holes and no running water. Nothing. We had an old coal stove for heat, you know.
Yeah,
So it
the
made me
meth, we do
suffer.
know how that people with meth and cocaine are.
Said he was not going to cover
We've
Summer's
been in
case
some
until it
crazy crap
became.
in our life.
I don't know. I didn't see that. Do you know how people are when they are on meth, cocaine? Now my dad never done nothing like that. We just know how he was when he was drinking. That I'm sure that makes it even worse. But I can assure you, right now, since we've been talking to Don, he's not been on anything like that. I can tell. I'm a good judge of character when somebody's on something.
I'm
And
not. I'm not on the same page as Daisy as you all. I don't know who's innocent and who's guilty. I treat everybody as if they're guilty, but that's just me.
Miss Daisy, I met Mr. Mullins at the prayer vigil. He seemed sweet. He did get emotional when we talked about BK. Blind Monkey said, if you haven't seen the pictures over the last 18 months, I can help you. I support the kids, not the drugged up alcoholics. I've seen the pictures. I know where you guys are coming from. Someone can experience grief and even they are some way responsible for the loss. According to what happened that day, Don was at work. We can all agree Don was at work. I'm
Hey,
just telling you where I'm
Katie.
coming from. Hey KM, how are you doing? Um, what about the meth Summer got and took? We don't know if that's true though, Judith. That's coming from Allie that has told several
Yeah,
stories.
a lot of this stuff that we're
Allie's
hearing,
daughter.
y'all, is coming from
We
hearsay.
don't know that. I mean, there's no proof to back this stuff up. Miss Daisy, if Don ever asks for money to get his boys back, please encourage him to share his attorney trust and people can donate there. Okay, Miss Robin, but he's never asked that. Don has never asked that. And I don't know. He don't talk about like an attorney or anything like that to me. The only time he's ever said anything like that is up here on panel. But as far as I mean, he may have with Christine, but I've never heard him talk about anything like money wise. If they were innocent after 2 years, wouldn't they be demanding the police say publicly, we do not suspect the parents and leave them alone?
I'll
Or
be back
that
in a minute,
would
Daisy. I got to go
not
somewhere.
stand the hate they get? I don't know. We all know Hawkins County is different than a lot of other places. I think we all can agree on that. Tennessee's different from Kentucky, I'll tell you that. Hello, Kathy S. I think one of the boys did something to Summer. I don't know. I don't know. We all don't know. I mean, the boys might be completely and thoroughly innocent. But um like I said, he seems like a grieving dad to me. Miss Daisy, what a big turnaround. Mind blowing. I know. I have not realized that this before, before I was going on speculation, what other people were saying. But since we've been talking to him, it's like, whoa, maybe he's not involved. Even Christine called me. She was crying because Dawn was crying with her over Summer. And we are Miss Texas Brat Brat. I'm still erring on the other side of the fence. I agree. I understand. But so far, Dawn has showed me nothing but grieving for his child. And, she was on the phone and he bawled his eyes out. And she said, I don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. And there's no proof of what Dawn is telling you is true either. Well, only thing Dawn tells me and Christine is about getting the boys back and Summer. He's willing to answer questions for us. That right there alone should tell you guys a whole lot. He's willing to answer questions for everybody. I think the oldest boy, I don't know, guys. I don't know about the boys. I don't want to say anything about the boys. They're innocent and they've already been through enough. I support you, Miss Daisy, but on this one, I have to disagree. And that's okay, you guys. That's okay. Tiffany Marie told all her subs not to talk to Miss Daisy. Well, of course she did. Of course she did, booties. I don't know what Tiffany Marie's deal is with me over here. Honestly, I don't. Listen, I don't have anything against Tiffany Marie. Like, I just don't like I don't like her ways and the way she treats people. But I don't know her as a person. So I don't hate Tiffany Marie. I wish her well. And if she can find Summer and if she can help find Summer, I don't care who it is. If we can find this little girl, that's all that matters is to find this little girl. Not about who finds her, it's about when it's found. Somebody find this baby. Why did both Dawn and Candace say Summer would never be found? That would be a good question to ask Dawn, Judith, whenever we can. Well, I will try to ask him that. Sarah Wood said, can he answer questions all day long, but he's a liar. He's going to say what he thinks you want to hear. Well, really, he has no reason to even answer our questions. He don't have to answer our questions, guys. He don't have to. He's doing this for Summer and the boys. Aw, thank you so much, Jason Snipper. Thank you. Majority said, follow this case from the get-go. I never really, in my heart, that Don really did anything to this child, but I still wonder about Candace and Grandma and the young 15-year-old boy. I can understand that. I can understand that. Yeah, everybody's opinion's welcome. And maybe Daisy Cow is naive. I might be naive as could be, guys. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just telling you where I'm coming from. I'm just telling you what I've seen. And I felt so bad last night when Ideal Farm said everyone who has an interaction with Don has said pretty much the same thing. I'm a good judge of character and he's a good guy, then Don does what he does. Exactly. And I thought there's no way that nobody could change my mind on this. And I felt like, come on, Kat, be nice. Really, really? Come on. Are you serious? Don't be a brat in here. But anyways, after I sent that video of that, I felt really bad because you don't, he already knows his daughter's missing. 1,000 things has went through his mind, and for him to react so sadly like that, like my poor baby Summer, that really got to me last night. It really did. If Don had lied about being at work, he would have been arrested. Look how quick Megan Boswell was arrested for lying to the TBI. That's very true, Kay Shelton. Thank you for that. Thank you. And I know a lot of YouTubers has been coming at Don and Candace. His reason for answering questions is to keep up the facade he begun with. I think if that was the case, he would go on other people's channels, bigger people's channels, um, and talk to other people. I really think that he could do a lot more if he wanted to do that. Fiasco, is that what that was? Let's see. Could be the church. FBI busted 2 in the area for child trafficking. Is that why CB drove all the way to the church? I don't know. And we don't know that how do we know that for sure though that Candace really did drive those places? We're going by what other people has told us. We're not going by with what law enforcement has told us. Miss D, we wouldn't do what they do because we don't think like they're like them criminally. You might be right on that, Judith. I mean, I'm just saying, I I talked to a man last night that is grieving his daughter, in my opinion. That's all I can say is how I feel about it. We are not there. We do not know what happened. I'm not going to judge Don and Candace. I leave it in God's hands and pray for Summer and her family. Absolutely, because let me tell you something. It's hard enough that those little boys have lost their little baby sister, been jerked out of their homes. I just don't know how I feel about not being able to talk to their parents. I think Don and Candace should at least be able to speak to them, and even if it's supervised.
Big Mama.
Yeah, I
They
know.
do have reasons why they don't let the kids talk to their parents.
I know that, Big Mama. I'm just saying.
That's
Don
that's
said
our
that.
the Child Protective Services has reasons why they don't let kids talk to their parents.
I agree, Robin. The authorities do need to come out and clear up some things. It has been a long time since they've come out and talked to the people, and probably to Don and Candace as well.
I think they're trying to sweep it under the rug as far as they can get it.
I think there needs to be new
And
eyes.
YouTube won't let them. YouTube won't let them.
I think they need to have new. He's talking to others, Miss Daisy. I'd say he is talking to other people too, Miss Danny. Possible Don said Summer would never be found because he knows Ellie there. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. I think it's BS that they were removed and are still gone without charges on the parents. Either charge them or let them go home. That's true. And we don't know. We don't know if there's been any kind of
Hey
charges.
Rose, how are you, honey?
If there was, I'd say there would be arrest. Hello, Rose.
Hey,
Well, I gotta check my block list, y'all, because I'm pretty sure some people got blocked that didn't.
You need to get Wendy off the block list. Wendy wasn't talking about you; she's talking about me.
Hey, Wind and Designs. I felt Dawn got blamed and everyone's jumping to conclusions. It's all about Summer. That's what it is. Talk to him there, Big Mama, so I can go look on that list and see who all's got.
I'm gonna put my link out, y'all. And if you ain't subscribed to Jinky's Rumor Has It, me and Daisy get down there and do our chit chats and our words on the street. I talk about the rumors on the streets of YouTube. That's my main thing. Y'all go in there and link up and subscribe. I'm not like Daisy, y'all. I don't believe everybody's innocent. But I do believe everybody gets a fair shake sometimes. But
I think you deserve that until proven otherwise. I mean,
I'll put my
really
link out here, y'all, and y'all subscribe, okay? Big D's, click on it right there.
Sweet and salty.
Click on it, Big D. Click on it.
There's a lot of people that's been blocked, guys.
Click on my link, Big Mama.
Wait a minute. I am deleting. I'm putting people back on here. I'm sorry for people being timed out and blocked.
Well, you told
There's a lot of people.
Just leave 120 acres off there and we'll be all right.
Hey, be nice. You better stop it now.
Beautiful Sunflower keeps adding her back.
Stop, Jinkies. Team Rose? Who got rid of Team Rose? What? Team Rose is one of my
I didn't block anybody but Tiffany Marie and 120 acres.
All these people are being blocked, guys. Come on. Ryan was blocked? What?
Who?
My supporters, like my memberships and stuff, has been blocked. What the heck, guys? Let's not block people like that.
I don't care if she's regular or not. She went over at PG's and was talking smack.
Jinkies, don't start. Don't.
Well, she was. Maybe I'll go and clip them smack talking.
Brittany was blocked. Brittany was blocked. Who's blocking all these people, guys?
I love you too, Rose.
Okay. I blocked everybody. Dang. A rogue wrencher. I don't know, but wow. Please don't block my people that's got that's members and stuff like that. People that Team Rose is a member and everything. I don't know who did it. Hello, Steffers. If
I didn't
you
block
also
anybody but
think
two
broken
people.
that would be Dawn. Absolutely. I mean, to me that's like, I don't know. Um I know that trafficking is bad in Tennessee. Um, you know, I still have my suspicions about JS, guys. I mean, she's just said so many other things. Hello, Giselle, and
Hey,
Leah.
Giselle.
Crime crazy. Sometimes every creator gets rogue mods. I hope there's not one. I'll have to re-examine things. Hello, and redo things if that starts. Hello, Regina Smith. Let's see, who was that? I
It
just
sometimes can accidentally happen too, because
yeah, it was the chat was going pretty fast. Let me
yeah,
tell you
you can
something.
actually think
What
you're
we
hitting one
found
person
out.
and you hit the other.
Let me tell you what we found out. Uh, every time that one certain creator comes in our chat, every time he's been up on my panel, we end up with 666 people in our chat. We figured that out last night. We ended
You're
up with
saying that he's a devil?
666 people in our chat every time that creator comes up here on my panel. That tells you something right there.
Well,
And Daisy Cow is not 60-year-old. I feel like I'm 60. Exactly. That makes 2 times that he's been up on my panel.
give me the
And
29.
666 people in the chat. Hello, Hillbilly 29. I know there was Deborah Ann. But yeah, a lot of people's call that. So that tells you something right there. That's the devil following it in. Hey, Amazing Grace. Country Christian, you got to show your face, baby. I can't let you up here unless you do. Where's Sherry Springer? I can't see your face, honey. I can't see. Let me see.
Trey was on the phone with me early this
I
morning.
can't see. Okay, here we go. Hello.
Hey Daisy, I just want to say that I support y'all no matter what happens. And I did a video today.
You're going in and out, baby
This
girl.
more was. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I just want to say I love y'all. I support y'all. Christine is in my thoughts and prayers.
Thank you.
It's really, really hard when people try to work on this case. I've been dragged through the mud and everything else, but I just want to say that
have you been on this case before?
I've actually got a channel, and just want y'all to know that I'll send you the link, Daisy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna get off here, and I just want to let y'all know that I support y'all.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that so much. I do. I appreciate that. How do you feel? Do you feel like Summer was taken from that mountain?
It's really hard to say now.
I know.
It's been 19 months actually.
Right.
And it's just all of this is just mind blowing, and we just don't need to give up on her.
Yeah, and instead of all of us a fussing and a going on, why can't we just all work together and try to figure out what happened to this baby instead of fussing and trying to fight with us and calling CPS? You know, when they're picking up that phone and they're calling law enforcement and they're calling CPS, that's time that law enforcement can be taken away from finding Summer. So
Yeah.
we need to be able to work together and not fuss and fight over the situation. Maybe all of us can sit down with Don and Candace and talk to them, try to figure out what happened, you know, who was in that area. You know, I know Cam's done a lot and Prayer Garden's done a lot too. And I just feel like more creators need to do that instead of like us.
I think Prayer Garden was really spot on last night about Tiffany Marie. I mean, how I followed the case when I first started was I followed Tiffany Marie and I followed AB.
Yeah.
And I just feel I just don't feel I don't know how I feel about it right now, but it's kind of I'm kind of up in the air about it. But see, the thing about it is it's like with I don't mean to say another case, but it's like the Dylan Rounds case. They're frooding over that too, you know. Drama's going on in that, you know, in that case.
Yeah.
And
I just want to tell how I want people to know the other side, the side that I see. You know what I mean? Like I seen last night, I saw a grieving father. That's what I felt like. I felt like, oh goodness, Daisy, what did you do? Why did you send him that video? That is very hurtful to send him that video with a missing child, you know?
Well, Daisy, it's like this. You're doing the best you can do right now. And just take it day by day. That's what I normally do. There's sometimes that I'm in and out, you know, of this case too, because of the drama that's going on.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a lot that's been said, and a lot's going on behind the scenes too, I believe.
Right.
That's what you know.
Yeah. You know, and a lot of people are making a mountain out of a molehill out of this video. And they're trying to say,
you know what? I have said the same thing on my video, Daisy. I said the same thing. Over that 911 call that happened over a year ago. Now that's stupid.
Yeah. Like it come from my channel. No, it did not. I didn't put the 911 call out. Hello, Katina. Thank you. Welcome. We got a new
It was actually ring the bell.
Ring the bell for a new sub.
Ring the cowbell. It was really Molly Golightly that done that.
Yeah, and they said that that same content is in there. I don't know. I've not listened to. You know, I just was listening to that one, and I don't want to bring any more light to it. But I don't understand why people are getting so much. I guess it's because they want to attack me somehow.
People are trying to hijack cloud after people. It's all about like I'm doing right now. Look here. Subscribe to my channel, guys, right there. I need it.
Linda said, we all make mistakes and do things not meaning to hurt someone. We all just need to think before we act. It's hard sometimes. I agree. And
I need it.
I'm going to tell y'all right now, I mean, I'm not going to go too far, but Candace isn't well, y'all. She's not well. And I'm not going to keep attacking somebody that's already suffered enough. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I could tell from like the day one, she was not, like something was wrong. You know, like, how do I put this without hurting somebody's feelings? Like she not like she was not. She's not. I'm not saying she's not all there. I'm saying that she's got something wrong with her. She's got. In my opinion, that's me. You know.
Well, I just feel like some people, they're not used to being around in public and they're more shy people. Like, I've met people that's lived in hollers all their life and they come out once a month and they're different. They don't like to be around people. They don't know how to handle people. And I've seen a lot of that. I've seen that a lot. And maybe she's like that. Maybe she has extreme anxiety around people, you know?
Well, I mean, I grew up in Southwest Virginia, and it's like that here too.
Is it?
It really is. It's no different from down in Tennessee.
Right.
And it's like that in Kentucky. It's like that in West Virginia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I grew up
in Pennington, Norton. Is that where you're from?
Excuse me, ma'am?
Big Stone, Pennington, Norton.
She said West Virginia, not Virginia.
Oh, I thought you said
I'll just put it to you this way. I'm on the border of Kentucky and I'm on the border of West Virginia. But I'm under Virginia line.
Why would Ellie say Scream was unfounded? They know she's deceased or where she is.
Because we border Southwest Virginia. I do. And Harlan, I border Southwest Virginia.
I want to know why Fred Hill keeps I'm not saying he's done anything, but why does he keep involving himself in this case? That's what I don't understand. Is why he
keeps big old buddies with old Robin.
No.
I got new theories on what happened now. I've been studying a little bit. After I went up there and I looked at the property and I looked around that area, that I didn't get out of my car. I just drove around, y'all.
I got inside
and I seen what Ben Hill looked like. I seen what Ben Hill Road looked like. I seen the hill. I seen the house and everything. I have a whole new perspective. You cannot get the perspective unless you go up there and look around. And see. I have a whole.
I've never been there, and I would never go there myself. I would never go.
Why? It's a public road. Why wouldn't you ride on a public road?
But why would I want to, Big Mama? Why would I want to go up there?
You get a good idea of how she could have got gone. Hey, Lawson said, "Oh, it's a dead end road." Yeah, it is a dead end road. However, it's about 500 feet from Beach Creek Road. She could have ran out in the Beach Creek Road without anybody knowing any different. Beach Creek Road is a very well-traveled road, and Beach Creek Road is connected to the interstate 81. So I don't know. I mean, until you've been up there and you've seen it, it's hard to know exactly. You got all these theories, but you got to go up there and actually see it all better. Prayer Garden's been up there. She's seen it, and she's got a good perspective of it. You got to go up there and see it. I have a whole other perspective. I seen kids' toys laying all over the place. Because there's no trees or nothing up there right now. The leaves are all on the ground. You can see all kinds of stuff now. And I'm going to take Daisy up there. I'm going down there to get my car serviced. And she's going to ride down the road 20 minutes and go see.
JoJo, no, I won't feel bad. I won't feel bad for treating people like a human.
Yeah, but the LE says a lot, Rowdy. The LE says a lot. I promise.
Well, guys, I'm going to jump down and I'm going to get in the chat room.
Okay.
I promise.
But that's my opinion.
You can
give my love to Christine for me, will you?
I will. She might pop up in here tonight sometime, I'd say.
All right. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
All righty. Bye.
But for those of you that have been up there and you've seen it.
JoJo, I understand where you're coming from. I really do. But last night for me, after Don said that, after I showed him that video, I felt like I would have never played that kind of video for Monkey's mom. So why did I do it for Don? For those of you just now coming in, let me show you the video I played for Don. Let me pull it up. And he was like, and this is his response to that video. So sad, my poor Summer. Now, that's just awful. I should have never played that for him. I mean, that made me think.
Carry her out of the Walmart toy aisle.
He just grabbed me.
It was just about 24 hours ago when Brittany, out sick from school, was shopping with her mom, who stepped away to grab some fruit, leaving her daughter to play in the toy aisle. That's when store cameras captured this man snatching Brittany, but the second grader put up a fight.
I was screaming and kicking him, trying to get away. He put his hand over my mouth.
Wow, and then what happened?
And then he just dropped me and went and ran off.
As the suspect left the store, surveillance cameras captured him getting into his car. Police put out an alert, and within an hour, they made an arrest. Police arrested.
Okay. So that's the video that I showed Don. And that's when he said, so sad, my poor Summer. And I thought, I should have never showed that to him, because that's just making him worry even more about Summer and who took her. Stop and think before acting, especially if it's unkind. Absolutely, you guys. Absolutely. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, even if Don and Candace had something to do with it, and I'm not saying that they did, but if they did, which I honestly don't believe now, do you really think that baby Summer would want her parents attacked? No. She would be telling you not to attack her parents, because ultimately she loves them. Do I think, have I ever thought that Don and Candace intentionally hurt Summer? Never. And you guys know that. I've always thought it was an accident before this. I never thought that they done away with her on purpose. I've always thought that an accident happened. That's always what I've thought. But now I'm more like Daisy that was in a store, not an excluded hillside prayer garden. Hey, prayer garden, you want to come up? But last night, every time we've talked to Don, he's cried, and even prayer garden's seen Don cry over Summer. So, telling you anything that he wants you to believe. And you might be right, guys. I might be completely blinded. I'm not saying I'm not. I'm just saying I know what I've seen since I've talked to Don. Would you not want to someone to punish if they did harm you? Well, I have had people harm me, and I loved some of the people that has harmed me in my lifetime. And no, I didn't.
Daisy's beat the hell out of me before.
In fact, I had a dream about my grandfather. My grandfather beat the hell out of me all the time, but that didn't mean I didn't love him. And I had a dream about him the other night for the first time.
Daisy beats me up all the time, you all.
She's the fool of it.
She does.
Did you hear
she whoops me, y'all.
People who are gravely ill be under a doctor's care.
She's mean.
If it was an abduction, the parents know something important. PSA, do not leave your kids alone in Walmart. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that is something that me and Don and Christine has talked about a lot. A whole lot. Is that how Don was out the other day and he saw a kid that's parents had left him behind. And I put the link out for you, PG. And we're like, don't leave your kids out by themselves. Don't let them walk down roads by themselves. Don't walk in front of your kids and leave them walking steps behind you, because they will come and take you really quickly. They'll take your children. But there's still people that does that, Hey, PG, what's up?
How you doing, Miss Daisy? How you doing?
I'm doing good. I love your memes that you post.
How you doing, Jinkies?
Yeah, how are you doing, PG?
I was doing good. Somebody in the chat's like, PG for Mr. Link. I was like, I guess I did.
Did you hear what I said about a certain critter? I ain't gonna say his name. That's been in my chat. Both times he's been in my chat, we've had 666 people in the chat. Both times he's come up on my panel.
Shut up, Nosy. Don't talk about him.
I'm just saying. I just think it's weird that's every time he comes up on panel, there's 666 people in chat.
Wow. That's gotta be
devil. The devil.
Satan. I ain't talking about him.
Are we talking about Mr.
He's
Spirit
never did
Rod?
nothing to me other than he's called you out for beating the hell out of me, Daisy.
I took a picture of me farting in his face down, so he ought to be nice to me.
Mr. Spirit Rod.
He just called you out for beating me up.
He's trying to help his mama out by finding some water, right?
Oh my goodness. I'm glad things has calmed down today. I think there was like 4 lives about me yesterday. One right after another.
Did you guys get to see? Oh my God, I went in Jody Sue's pop there earlier and boring, right? Just boring. And she's like, she keeps calling, everybody tragedy pimps. Right? I'm like, are you serious? Like, bitch, you're like nothing but a tragedy, right?
I'll be right back. I gotta go and get some stuff done real quick. I'll be back.
I'll go on.
You promised now you'd be back.
I will. I gotta go do some stuff for work. Get ready for work tomorrow.
All right.
But what was she saying, Prayer Garden?
Yeah, she was calling everybody tragedy pimps, and
I know.
It was like so boring. I mean, like, I felt sorry for like the 90-some people in her chat, right? I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, her titles, her thumbnails are funny. I love her thumbnails. Oh, look, there's Josh. He said, PG, I don't know. Don't like me, but I love that you give Don hell. Good on you. That's what Josh from the left said. Hey, Josh. What's up, Josh?
Yeah, somebody's got to give him hell, right? Somebody's got to give him some hell. We want answers, right? We want answers.
Well, he will answer some more questions, I believe.
Well, guess what I found out?
What was that? On
June the 21st, it didn't even start raining till after dark. Don, the guy, said that he seen them parked on that road after dark. In the rain. It was dark, rain pouring down. Well, coming down anyway. And Candace was coming out of the woods. On the 21st, it did not start raining until around 9:23 that evening, after dark. And it only seemed to rain up until around midnight or so. So it had to be when they seen Don and Candace coming out of that wooded area. It was on the 21st between 9:30 and midnight. Somewhere between 9:30 and midnight. So I believe that was true. Absolutely true. I mean, it wasn't 3 days after. It was like 6 days. But I mean, things were going really, haywire at that time. And I can understand how someone could get, because like a week passes me by and I think it's a couple of days, right? Sometimes I just lose track of time. I'm like, I think it's like Friday and we're only on Tuesday. And I'm like, what the hell?
I know.
And it can happen to you. So you know, I absolutely positively believe that they was seen. Mm-hmm.
You think
And
so?
Don and Candace, they just lie so much, Mrs. Stacy. They lie, just like they're lying now. Donald, I got an inside line. I got an inside line, dude. You mother freakers. Candace is not. Candace had the flu. She did have the flu, but she is getting better. She wasn't in the hospitals. She went to the doctors to get medication because she's sick with the flu. Nothing more, nothing less. Um, she didn't have no strokes. Candace, you ain't had no fucking strokes, hon. You're a liar. And you ain't got any other. You are healthy as a fucking horse, other than just having the flu. You motherfuckers need to quit your damn lying. You need to quit looking for these pity parties. Because you know what? You motherfuckers ain't going to get none because they are people watching you. Let me tell you that now, Big Candace. Because people's got eyeballs on you and you are walking around just fine. There you go. And that's the truth.
I think maybe, I don't know if Donna went back home or not. I don't know. But I felt really bad for him last night, Prayer Garden. I did. I mean, what if he changed though? What if he's changed?
He hasn't.
You don't think he has?
Absolutely, positively not. No. You know, I don't think Don and Candace Wells could change. They love too much. They love the way they are too much. They love messing with people. They love laughing. They love playing their games. And I'm going to just, I know Don probably got his ears popped up, and I'm going to tell him now, your shit ain't funny, dude. You got a missing 5-year-old little girl. A missing 5-year-old little girl. Now, I don't care who did it. I do not even care who did it. What I'm saying, Don Wells, is you got a 5-year-old missing little girl. Whether your old lady did it, whether your old lady's telling the truth about you coming up there, wasn't at work, and took her away and did something, and you did it. I don't care who did it. I don't care, if Jody Sue's son was the one that did it, which I don't think he was, but I don't care who did it. Point is, Don Wells, you got a 5-year-old missing little girl, and you are playing fucking games, and you've been playing games from the beginning, and that shit ain't funny. It ain't funny at all. That's disgusting. That's sick. You need to grow up, dude. You need to get off the substance. You need to get off the alcohol. You need to grow a brain. That's what you need to do. You need to get educated and grow a fucking brain, because it's funny.
He wanted to answer your questions. He's like, what other questions does Prayer Garden have for me? He wanted to answer your questions. He's willing to answer people's questions.
You know what I want Don Wells to do? Tell the truth. Tell the truth and shame the devil. That's what I want him to do. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Don Wells, you don't lie to me. I know when you're fucking lying. I know exactly when you're lying. I do my research, right? I do my research. I do my homework. And not only that, but I know Don Wells like the back of my freaking hand. And that's the truth.
You definitely talked to him a lot longer than we have, so I know you know him well. I do. Let me ask you a question, Prayer Garden. Why is everybody making such a fuss over that 911 call? Like it had first started like on this channel. Do you know? Like it's been out for over a year.
Miss Daisy, it did not start on your channel. Now, this 911 call started on Molly Golightly, because she's the one that paid the money to get it.
Right.
And then Michelle After Dark snatched it, right? And she put it out. The thing is, it is a 26-minute 911 call. Most people really wasn't, and if you took note, Candace was, He just hurt my daughter, her man, yeah, are you still there? Are you still there? I mean, you can't, are you kidding me? I mean, there was no clarification, right? And then you got this dispatcher. Yeah, I'm here, honey. I'm here. I mean, really? I mean, that's just like a fucked up all the way around phone call, right?
I mean,
these people all talk like they got shit in their mouths.
It could have been.
Has any clarity.
Right.
So what happened was most people, Miss Daisy, they're like, okay, and moved on, right? They heard it, but they didn't listen to it, which people do all the time. I mean, I'm guilty of that myself, right? When you have 4 kids in the house, you learn to hear, but not really listen sometimes, right?
Right.
Because if you listen to everything, you go freaking crazy.
Exactly. It's true.
I
don't know, idea farmer. I don't know. Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's what people do. That's what people do. They hear, but they don't listen. And that 911 call, 26 minutes into it, that nobody's hearing shit anymore, right? You done suffered enough.
Other people says they've heard it, and that's what I thought I heard. But could I say 100% for sure that's what it is? No.
What happened is Carl. I think his name's Carl. Yeah, pretty sure it is. He got a hold of it. Now this guy listened to it, right? He listened. And then, I got a hold of it because I wanted to see if what people were saying was really truth on it, right? And it was. It was. And I don't care what Tiffany Marie says. I don't care. I mean, Tiffany Marie is like hearing the fucking crickets at night, right? Don't keep you from going to sleep.
I've never listened to her lives. Now the only lives I went into is like the ones where she's using my content, but then I just leave. I've never listened to any of her lives.
Well,
so
they're all the same, just different creator shit.
Is there any about Summer, or is it all about bashing other creators?
It's bashing Tiffany Dunn. She's like scratching the carpet, right? She's she's with Benny Keys. She's down on her fucking knees scratching the carpet to see if she might have lost a rock somewhere. That bitch is done 2 sheets in the wind, right? And it's the truth. And she can't think for herself. I mean, I think, she done damaged her brain cells or something. I don't know. But, the only thing keeping Tiffany Marie alive out here on YouTube is your content, my content, everybody else's content, right? If it wasn't for none of us.
I just don't know why she wants
how
that.
Dare us think she's going to put something together.
I mean, if she loves Summer and everything, but why does she always want that constant?
She don't love Summer. She don't give a flying rat's ass about Summer. I wish people would quit saying that, because this bitch, all she cares about was protecting Jody Sue. She freaking stole money. I mean, she sold merch, right? Merch, candles in the name of Summer Moon Utah Wells. Posted went to Summer's reward fund. She wrote a bogus ass check, like she gave to the reward fund, and she didn't. And then she said that the reward fund people that is supposed to be there, because they said they didn't get it. And some of the other creators, I guess, had it checked into. And they're like, no, we didn't. And then she was trying to accuse them of stealing or miscounting or doing something. And they're like, we did not. And that's half the reason Summer lost her reward fund. It's because of bitch ass Tiffany Marie trying to act like these people, were embezzling some money or something. And Exactly. So Tiffany Marie can shut her fucking face when it comes to little Summer, because she don't give a flying rat's ass about anything but herself, and making a hefty ass sum of money off this little girl, or any true crime.
Well, let me ask you this, PG. If I was any other person that was talking to Donna Candace, do you think she'd still be doing the same thing too? She is like every time per garden. I do well on any case. It's like she cannot stand it. Like I don't know.
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've never talked to the woman in my life and won't.
I think she just, I think Tiffany Marie just picks a person to go after. She's like brainless. I don't think it has anything to do with Don Wells. I think it's just that, she obviously, seeing that you got pretty good numbers, and and jealousy, man. I'm going to tell you, some people, that's the problem with out here on YouTube, right? The creators are jealous as hell when somebody's numbers are up. If they start getting 300 to 600 people in their chat, then you end up with this hatred on your back, and they want to come up and porn bomb you and do all kinds of crazy things because you know what, Miss Daisy, they ain't got no God in them. They got the devil in them. And jealousy, the hatred, the dislike. I mean, it just angers them that, their channel ain't doing so great, right? And they don't want to see anybody else do good. And I don't understand it. I mean, I don't. I have no idea why people, need to have that kind of
hatred. And like if she was nice to me, like if she was a nice person and stuff, I wouldn't care for her to come up here on my panel and talk about Summer, and maybe even, just like that.
You're a nicer person than me, because I don't want the bitch nowhere around me.
Tiffany Marie, I don't want her now. No.
Tiffany Marie is one of those bitches, man, that I'm going to tell you what, Miss Daisy, if you got that bitch for a friend, you don't need no enemies. I'm sorry.
Right.
And she's two-faced as hell, and both faces are ugly as fuck. So I don't know what to say for her, I'm not going to cut her no slack. I'm not going to.
Hey, Chris.
It is what it is. And, she can take the next fucking train out for all I care, right?
Right. You know what broke my heart last night? Norway. I was listening to your live last night. Norway broke my heart.
Oh, I love that lady, man. I love that lady so much. I love her like my own sister.
Yeah,
she's beautiful. She is a very highly intelligent, beautiful, beautiful human being, and
thank you,
I've had talks with God. I've had talks with God about Miss Norway, and I just pray that God keeps her with us, because I do love her so much.
Yeah, she really opened up last night, and she really just broke my heart. She just broke my heart.
Yeah. She's been with my channel. She's been with my channel from the beginning.
Yes, she has.
The very beginning, and I just loved her. First time I ever she popped up, I just loved her. She reminds me of me. She reminds me of my mother. Just beautiful. She's so beautiful.
Yeah, and just smart. A smart lady.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And
what she said about Tiffany was just spot on. Like,
absolutely. Absolutely.
And she was right. She was absolutely right when she said, if you really are a victim, you want it to be talked about. I don't know if you was in here in my chat when that emergency woman from Tiffany Marie's come in here, but she come up on my panel being all bossy and stuff.
And do
she
you know that woman better be a doctor, because if you portray to be a doctor, a lawyer, a psychologist, or a form of law enforcement, and you are not, that is illegal, and you can get put in jail for it.
I think she said she was.
I hope she knows the law.
Yeah,
I hope she knows the law, because I'm going to tell you what, there is common sense lets us all know there is not SA doctors. Sorry to tell you folks, but when somebody gets SA, they go to emergency room. There is a kit there that they use to, and it's just whatever doctor's on staff, that's the doctor to get, and that's the doctor that takes the report, writes everything down, and reports it all to law enforcement. So, no. So for her to come over here and tell you that, there's a special doctor for this, she's a fucking liar.
Well, the thing is, she wanted to take over I don't know if you've seen it, but she wanted to take over my whole complete live. And I tried, and she was interrupting it and trying to make us look.
Yeah, she come over here, Miss Daisy, because she's got a shit-ass little channel that ain't going no fucking where. And she's trying to build it up on the back of other people.
Tiffany Marie Center.
Well, she's trying to build her. This woman has a shitty channel, a little channel somewhere wrong. And she's trying to build her channel off the back of morons like Tiffany, right? And then then Tiffany sicked her over here, and she gladly came to try to build her channel a little more off of yours. Bitch comes on my channel and she gonna get this steel toe boot in the ass, right? That's what she's gonna get.
She ain't gonna come over and mess with you, Prayer Garden.
Hell no.
Emergency, listening.
If she shows me her face, she'll be on memes, right? I'll have her on some memes.
Well, she did come up here and she claimed to be a quote, a victim of human trafficking. So we started to try to talk about it. I was like, oh, well, I had a mod that was, and I started to talk to her. She didn't want to talk about it. All she wanted to do was fight with me over that video, that 911 thing.
Yeah,
and then, Christine.
She's fighting the wrong person over that 911 video because, law enforcement took that 911 call, and that 911 call came from 110 Ben Hur Road. So, bitch, if you want to argue and fight with somebody over it, then your ass needs to go from 110 Ben Hur Road where the caller was, or take your ass to law enforcement where it was coming in at, right?
Exactly.
But don't bring it to us.
Because Christine said she listened to the one that the original one, and she said it's got the same stuff. There's nothing different on it. Everybody said it was altered and stuff, but it's not been altered at all. It's still there.
Oh, I judge people the way, my opinion, no, that's a fact. It ain't my opinion. It's a fact that this woman's looking to build her shit off of the people's channels. It's a fact that she don't know a damn thing about what she's fucking talking about. And I'm pretty sure it's a fact that she's blowing smoke up your ass when she came and told you she was that type of doctor, because that's not true. There's not that type of doctor. Now, you've got counselors for people that have been SA'd, but if you go to the doctor, a hospital, and you've been SA'd, you go through the emergency room, and they're the ones that handle it all. I'm sorry.
The ER nurse is the one that does it.
I have seen a lot of rape cases, and I've sat next to a lot of raped people and held their hand when they went through this shit. So please don't tell me. I know what the hell I'm talking about.
I don't know, but she shouldn't even been up here saying that. I just don't understand why she was here to troll. She was in the back chat probably about 30 minutes before I let her up, because I wasn't going to let anybody up. Jay. And so she finally, I said, okay, I'll let her up. And that's when she come up here being all rude and everything. Did you see it, Peter Garden? How she acted?
No, I didn't get. I heard about it. I didn't get.
Hang on, I'll show you.
Seeing it. No.
I'll pull it up and let you watch it. How rude and how obnoxious she was. Because at first I was like, okay, I see where you're coming from. I was being really nice to her, and then it was it wasn't this one. It was the one before. Let's see. Hang on, let me pull it up here on my thing. I'm gonna show it to you. How rude and obnoxious and mean she was.
A nurse ain't an SA doctor. She said she was a doctor, not a nurse. She tried to claim to be some kind of doctor, which there's no doctor like that.
It's just ER nurses and doctors. That's where they go. They go to the ER. You're right.
Exactly.
I've never known of a nurse going in. I mean, unless some hospitals have specific
they don't.
Nurses that come in and do that, but mostly ER nurses are trained to do that.
It's the doctor comes in, checks, and writes the report, and then they call the police right there and then too. The police come and the
police does come here
as well.
Right, that one.
You don't even get to the hospital before the police come.
If it's a child, CPS too, I would think.
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
Or an adult.
That would be, usually that is, they'll transfer the child over to a children's hospital if there's one in the area. The adult hospital wouldn't handle it. It'll get transferred over to a children's hospital, and they'll evaluate everything at a children's hospital if there's one in the area. If not, then adult hospital will handle it the best way they can, right, Miss Daisy?
Right. Here it is where
very end
said that.
There's a certain part in there where he says something about where I don't know if, because you don't have it zoomed in, so I just have to listen to what you said 2 times that you read it. So I don't know if you can zoom it into where that part is. I'm not sure if you could do it or not, but it's something about not just the creators, but about what the creators have said. And I think it's a really important comment, a really important statement that he makes right there. And I want to get the wording verbatim of what he says. And like I said, he only says it twice, and I don't remember exactly how he says it.
Okay,
I'm going to put this on my community page. So
stop it right there, Daisy. This lady right there was letting you know that basically what they were wanting was your letter right there. See, your letter is small and it's blurred. They can't read it.
It's questions.
Basically what she was wanting was a copy of this letter from you. Why? So Tiffany Marie can read it over herself. Tiffany Marie wants access to your content, and because your content right there is so blurred out, and you have to read it in order for people to know what it's even saying. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at it, man, and it's just a damn blur.
Yeah,
it's not a good photocopy of it, but your content ain't their damn business, right?
Well, listen to how rude she is to Christine here. This is when she starts getting real rude.
Sure, there's no doubt to that. Then Tim knows how to do that. And if anybody has any questions, there are a multitude of resources out here.
Hang on just a second. So what she did, she went in the back chat. Christine had put in the back chat that Tim Mullins was watching, and she didn't want nobody to know. This chick gets on here and blurts out that Tim Mullins is watching, and then she gives Tiffany and Marie, and they spread it all over everything
to get that information done.
One of my emails.
I myself know how to get it done, and if anybody has any questions, they're more than willing to ask me.
The only thing that I will say is this: I believe that was a 911 call, and it is any 911 call is available to the public.
It may be available to the public, but if it involves a true sexual assault accusation on a minor, it is.
I don't think that call was.
But what I'm saying to you, and this is honest, because I do work with children in sexual assault cases.
Do it.
And it works with all cases. Okay. If you are a minor and there's a 911 call associated to that case, that 911 call is sealed with the case, and it's not released to the public because you're a minor.
She don't know.
So if that was a true accusation and it was pursued, it would have never been released to the public. So it would never. It's not supposed to be out there if it's true. Okay, if it's true,
and that would just go to show that was not pursued.
See, it's absolutely seen here.
And if there was a 911 call, cops arrived that night, and that was brought to the light of the police, then it would have been investigated, and that 911 call would have been sealed. So I'm going to say that alone. I'm not going to say that it's real. It's not real. I'm just going to say that these the accusations need to stop. Donna Candace needs to stop it, and Tim, as the media manager, needs to stop it. He needs to get it removed. Donna Candace needs to get it removed. They have YouTube accounts. They can summarize their child.
They actually need to start at the where 911 reports are stored. That's what they need to do. That's where it's being drawn, where things are drawn from.
Well, this is what they on YouTube alone. What they need to do. I mean, and I honestly, I shouldn't even have to say this because Tim Mullins is a great media manager, right? So he should know how to do these things. So I mean, I'm sure he's had the ability to take care of these things in the past. So I'm sure he knows exactly how to do it. But he, the Donna Candace have YouTube accounts. All they have to do is go to YouTube.
I should have
state that these videos. Anybody that has played this video has put Summer, that video, that recording, and those accusations on her in their video. And this is their minor child, and remove it. And they can remove it. They can strike the channel, and YouTube will remove it. And then they can go to their local law enforcement, and local law enforcement will do an investigation. Even if the channel has removed it themselves personally, they've removed it. Then the law enforcement can do a subpoena through YouTube. And any YouTube channel that has done that will have an investigation done on them for the primary purpose of putting the accusation
out. One thing that they said that Tiffany Marie was supporting Justice for All's edited version of it, or the original, or something like that. He put it out, and that she was reposting it. So how different is she than anything else?
Exactly. And I'm telling you, in that 911 call, that is at the end of it. It's like, it's like almost at the end of it, you hear all the commotion and this bullshit in the background. Now this lady, she yes. If the operator would have been paying attention and she would have caught on to what was being said in that particular 911 call, then yes, they would have tagged it, and it would have been pulled, and then Summer would have been CPS and law enforcement would have went up there. They would have removed Summer and took her to a hospital and had an evaluation done on her to see if there was any truth to those accusations that Candace had made, right? And whoever else was in that background.
Right.
But because it was overlooked and didn't get in the video, the call didn't get tagged.
Right.
Well,
I told her when I first played it, I was listening to it for the first time while I was playing it. People in the chat was telling us that that's what they heard.
Now,
and she's on here saying, "Oh, well, I would have blocked them." I was like, "So I'm going to block my whole chat because they have their own opinion on what they hear?"
Now the woman is stupid.
Yeah. Listen to how she acts.
And in a lot of other aspects, Miss Daisy, because for one, she says Tim Mullins needs to remove it. Donald and Candace Wells, Summer is their daughter. Well, nice of you to take up for people. One that said the little girl's getting AR'd, and the other one supposedly AR'd it. And we're supposed to get it removed? No, dumb bitch. We're supposed to get it looked into, right? That's what we're supposed to do. And and the people, some people, particularly one person in there, Brown Bear Jubilee. You used to be in my chat all the time. Matter of fact, everything was good. And then you ran yourself over to a butt sucker that finally threw you out and put you down. And then, you know, you turned on me to go there, and you know who I'm talking about. And you're just butt fucking hurt because they dished and dismissed your ass. Then you're in here tonight talking shit about me. You can shut the fuck up because you don't know nothing. What you are is a turncoat. I'll call you out right now. And as for the other person, oh, PG thinks everything she says is true. You bet your fucking ass it is. I do my homework. Maybe you should do yours, and then you'll understand I do know what the hell I'm talking about. There you go.
That might actually be her under another name.
I don't know, but I'm going to tell you something. She's a turncoat in a damn half.
Because she's taking up for that woman. But listen how rude this woman gets.
Out on a minor child. And anybody who's ever done that could be involved in that investigation and to have legal action taken upon them. And Don and Candace can be the backing and the result of that because that it is their minor child. And that's legal. It's a false accusation or an accusation or any type of abuse on a minor child.
That's been happening all throughout this case, though.
Absolutely. But Don and Candace have to be the ones that are actively taking that step. And as her parents, and it's her name, they need to do those things. They need to be the ones that are protecting her, not us. None of us. None of us should be the ones that are actively, taking these steps to protect her name. None of us should have to be doing this for her. They need to do it for her, not just her, not just the boys. None of us should be sitting here bystandingly saying, "Hey, stop saying this about Summer. No, stop. Don't mention the boys. Don't break the gag order." None of us should have to be saying this to, anybody.
I think a lot of them are protected under the entertainment. Let me go over because she's still running it now.
If you don't like what a creator's doing, you just don't watch them, and that creator dies away. So, but as the parents of these people, as the parents of these children, we need to have more
subscribers
of an action for what these creators are doing to our children. So, if you, as the child, and you're the parent, so Summer, Don and Candace are the parents of Summer. If you don't like what a creator is saying about Summer, Don and Candace have to take an active role in what that creator is doing to Summer. Period. And so they're the ones that can say, no, you're not going to talk about her that way. You're not going to talk about somebody raping my daughter. Period. You're not going to put that out.
What it is the video was put out, but a lot of people thought that they heard that, and I thought that same thing as well.
Regardless, you don't talk about somebody's what. I mean, and we're adults here, so we're gonna have an adult conversation, right? I'm a survivor of sexual assault. I'm also a survivor of child sex trafficking. So let's just have an honest adult conversation, right? In all respectfulness. But
I can understand where people are coming from when they thought that they heard. I didn't know that. I didn't know that it had been altered.
But the thing is you may think you heard that, even in the privacy of your own home. You may think you hear that, and you may go, "Oh my goodness, I think I hear that." But again, we're talking about a 6-year-old little girl,
right?
Even as adults, we don't talk publicly about what goes on behind bedroom doors. Right. As adults, we don't talk about adult behavior behind what happens behind bedroom doors. Publicly, we don't talk about that. It's taboo. So how would it ever be okay to publicly talk about what happens to a 6-year-old girl in a sexual assault situation publicly? It's never going to be okay, ever. So I don't see how we would.
We don't know if it was altered or not. A lot of people saying that it was altered, the video. We don't know if it was altered or not. I don't know.
You also have to keep in mind that call originally was played on a cell phone from the dispatch recording, correct? So it's not a very clear recording played over a live to begin with. So it's sketchy.
They play
in the sketchiest.
YouTube does play. I mean, the true crime community does play the 911 calls for every crime. They can request them, and they can play by their own right to play it over social media. They can.
Yes, but that original call was played
what people hear, we cannot change. And we played that I played it on my channel, and people in the chat was telling me and Christine what they heard.
Yeah.
And it sounded like the same thing that I heard. Whether it was altered or not, I don't know. We were just playing it on here.
Again, Daisy, the thing is that people and in the privacy of their own home behind a screen, typing in the chat. Again, you can have some common decency and be like, "Oh my gosh, I think that's what I heard," but you don't type that.
I do think YouTube needs to have new rules when it does come.
It's not YouTube. It's society needs to have some more rules. Have some common decency. Have some common sense. And sometimes there's things that you just keep to your damn self. sometimes it's appropriate to keep your mouth closed. You don't have to say what you're thinking all the time, especially when it comes on the
like these people are smart. These people out
they
here
are smart, but sometimes it's lacking when you're talking about a 6-year-old little girl and some sexual acts that may be happening to her. It's not appropriate. That's not appropriate.
I agree, but
there's no but when it comes to sexual acts on a 6-year-old little girl.
We are a chat, and a lot of people feel like that. We can't control what people think.
I agree, but you can, because you have a block button, you have a remove button.
Then you wouldn't have an audience.
But what's the cost, Daisy? What's the cost? The dignity of a 6-year-old little girl?
You better go tell.
I would much rather have nobody in a chat than put that on Summer, right? The dignity of Summer.
Already, a lot of people already put it on her. I understand where you're coming from. I understand totally where you're coming from.
If it was your 6-year-old little girl, would you want people talking about it like that? Exactly. So that's my point. But Don and Candace, right? Don and Candace need to make sure that it's not happening, and creators need to make sure that they're not allowing it to happen. They're not putting it out. They're not allowing subs to talk like that. To be appropriate, to downsize that ridiculousness.
I understand that, but a lot of people, they have had their suspicions about it. And I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. Everything on here is allegedly. Everything is innocent until proven guilty. And there, that was going around way before I come on.
Oh, I agree, but we are the change. We have to be the change, right? Because that's, we are, again, subs run this, but we have to be the change. We have to be the better behavior of the people that we come, that came behind us.
I understand where you're coming from. I do. I totally do.
And I appreciate you. I appreciate the conversation, the dialogue. I really do. I just,
I do feel like you have a great channel. You should start a channel.
Oh, hell no, girl. I couldn't do it.
Let me tell you something about my audience. They speak their mind, and there's no changing it. Mm-hmm. They believe what they believe, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. And that's their God-given American right to believe.
Again, Daisy, this is your channel. This is your channel. And you can run your channel the way that you want to run your channel. And you can have your subs controlled the way that you want your subs controlled. Again, it's yours.
Absolutely, I can't. They will speak their mind no matter what.
But you can remove, you have mods that can help you remove. You can all of those kinds of things. You don't have to allow people like that here.
Daisy, don't you think she'd be great to have her channel? You should have a channel, girl. I'm telling you.
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't have enough time in the day to be talking to you guys on here. But at the same time, it's just, I'm a staunch victim and survivor advocate, and I just cannot see.
You say you was a victim of human trafficking?
I was a child sex trafficking survivor.
So that's why you feel so strong about it.
Absolutely.
I have had a live about that, about everything that's going on with that, right? And one of my mods is she was a former mod, but she's also a victim of the big elite, the rich elite in Australia. She was sold into the rich elites in Australia at the age of 2. So we talk about that a lot here on the channel.
Yeah, well, it's definitely not something I discuss. It's not something that.
But it needs to be discussed. That's the point. It needs to be talked about. Children every single day is being suffered. We need to get this out here so people stop supporting these rich elites and these Hollywood crazy people out here. It needs to be talked about. We can't hide it anymore.
Hopefully, we're still talking about Summer, and this is definitely not about me or anybody else. I want to, I want to keep this on Summer.
And raising awareness, and
we are awareness here.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
That leads me to believe, in my opinion, that she's not a true survivor. She came over here purely to attack me in my chat. And a survivor that really is a survivor would not have done that at all. And in my opinion, she would have wanted to talk about it. And that's why I asked her to talk about it. That's why I changed the subject. But she was hell-bent on just arguing with me about Summer. And then she tried to attack Christine, and that's when I kicked her. Let's fast forward it to where she's jumping on Christine. Hang on. She didn't want to talk about being a survivor.
Oh, did you know what else that they were doing?
What?
Tiffany Marie. Did you see where she was laughing? They were laughing about Christina being a victim.
Really?
Oh, yes, they were. Yes, they were.
See, that right there makes me think, hello, Justice.
We were literally laughing about it.
That right there makes me think that this girl is not a true victim and she's lying.
Absolutely not. And
probably not
said it
either. Because if you are, sorry, go ahead, Park Garden.
He said your channel. It's your channel. But then she was trying to tell you how to run it, wasn't she?
She was.
And not only that, but YouTubers, Daisy, we bring out the truth. We don't cover it up. We don't hide it.
Exactly.
And I'm going to tell you what, if we don't bring it out, if we didn't bring this out, Daisy, it wouldn't get looked into by the law. I mean, do you realize how much this might help the law with what might have happened to Summer? Make them understand more about what may have happened to her, because obviously that 911 call, it wasn't tagged because the dispatcher missed that little piece that was in there. You don't think that they've done tagged it, pulled it out, and now are going back over it to see what is being said? Do you think Don and Candace is not going to be questioned upon this now that is out here all over the place? We brought attention to something very important. So, you know,
if she was a true person for SA, or a true SA advocate or whatever, she would have not been on Tiffany Marie's channel. She would not be on YouTube at all, period.
No. And
in my opinion, that's my opinion. So.
Exactly.
I mean, and for her to come up here and say, "Oh, I'm a victim, but I don't want to talk about it," told me everything that I need to know. And now that I find out that she was sent over here by Tiffany Marie, I should have booted her when she blurted out what was in the back chat, because Christine had put in the back chat that Tim Mullins was in the chat, and that he was going to send me an email, and that girl seen it and she blurted it out to everyone. And then
Tiffany Marie, Benny Keys, people like that are the devil. They are not for these children. They are they are absolutely, I'm going to tell you, here's what I'm trying to tell everybody. And I'm telling you the truth. Tiffany Marie, Benny Keys, people like that, I promise you, they will stick up for the devil and not the victim. Because why? They can't talk to the victim. They can't have the victim on their panel to get click, likes, and views and all kinds of, gifts and everything like they're getting from the chat and all. Those people will flock in though when you get, just imagine how many views we would get if we had, the Idaho 4 killer up on the panel right now.
Oh my gosh.
We would have probably.
I'd be scared. I'd be hiding in the corner.
The chat would be going crazy.
Oh yeah.
Because the point being is, that's what sells. That's what sells, right? You can't have the Idaho 4 up here, these victims, because why? They're gone. They're gone. All you can have here is their pictures and memories. But you can't have them. But if you had him, because he's still around, so that's why they protect the devil. They protect the devil because the devil brings the views. And, and I'm sick of it. I'm tired of it. And the sooner people face the truth about these kind of people, the better off we'll all be, right? YouTube is supposed to be about protecting the devil, instead of the victim. It's supposed to be protecting the victim, thinking about the victim, talking about the victim. And Summer Moon Utah Wells and her brothers are the victims right now. They are the victims.
I do want y'all to listen to this last little part, even when she's getting even more upset, because it went on. I let it go on too far.
Don't title her in there.
Absolutely. It cannot happen. And it needs to be, and again, us as the subs, we have to be more diligent on what we're doing with it. Because I mean, if you want the drama community, there is a whole community for that.
My subs is really good.
Go there and have fun and enjoy the day. But if you want to be here for
what are we going to talk about?
About Summer, pay attention to what you're doing and what you're watching and how it's handled, and the creators that are doing it, because it needs to be appropriate and it needs to be held. It needs to be held to a higher standard, because she is at a higher standard.
Right.
All of them missing are at a higher standard.
Until YouTube changes their regulations.
No, it's not YouTube. It's the subs. It's the subscribers. We hold you to a higher standard.
Right.
We do it.
That's true. And YouTube, but you're not. I mean, there's some creators you're speaking to the wind on. I mean, they're not going to listen. They're going to
Well,
do.
again, as subscribers,
You know what I mean?
we kick you out. We have the power. Subscribers have the power.
That's true. That's right.
We don't subscribe, we don't like, and
She's
we don't
basically
comment, and
telling
we
people
do not
not to
watch.
subscribe
It's
to
that
us.
simple. If we don't do that, you don't have a channel. I mean, I don't mean you personally. What I'm saying is that the creator doesn't have a channel, and if we don't do those things, you go away. It's very simple.
Absolutely.
We have the power.
Right. And the ultimate is we need to find Summer and find out what happened to her. Work with the parents. Keep her name out here.
Well, it sounds like the parents really don't want to work with anybody because and Don kind of stated that in his statement too. He really doesn't want to work with anybody on YouTube. He kind of just wants to go. Don and Candace kind of said that they just want to go back to
every day for the last 2 weeks.
Right.
He's working with me.
Well, I mean, I don't mean to call you out, Christine, but do you have is this Daisy's channel or is it yours or do you have one?
It's both. It's
okay.
both.
I didn't want to. I don't.
I'm done. Sorry.
Wow.
I was respectful, but you're going a little too far. I'm sorry.
I mean, she's saying be respectful to each other.
Christine's
Wow, that wasn't respectful to me at all.
No. She come up here and just kind of took over, and I'm sorry. I understand where she's coming from on certain points, but people get mad and they got the freedom of speech to speak. Yeah, that's basically she was sitting up here telling people in my chat to not follow me. I was too stupid to realize that's what she's doing. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
You know? So, yeah, she was rude and mean and just,
She was.
Yeah.
And sorry to say, but I'm going to let you know now that this chick barely got out of fucking high school. She did not do time. She did not do time in no colleges to learn. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I could tell by her. She is a Tiffany Marie. She is a Tiffany Marie.
That's what it sounded like to me. I let her up here and she was being more.
She wants to be, she wants to sound and she wants to be, she's a gaslighter. She wants to sound like she's intelligent. What she wants to do is, blow smoke up your fucking ass and gaslight you into believing that she's something she totally and honestly is not. And,
she completely disregarded that me and Christine were victims of SA. Like she didn't want to hear that me and Christine both were victim of SA.
Absolutely not, because she wasn't.
She
doesn't care. She doesn't care what you were, because she's lived her petty little fucking life and don't know nothing about hardship probably at all. Just like Tiffany Marie, right? Daddy always taking care of her. So absolutely not. I mean, these are freaking spooked.
What they was doing is pretty much making a mockery out of human trafficking. Because my mod Yanni, and I know you probably know Yanni, you've heard her talk about horrific stuff she'd been through.
Miss Daisy, there's a difference between human trafficking and willfully selling your ass on the street, right?
Right. Oh, Yanni said she woke up at 2 years old in between two men. She told everything that Yanni has told us about what happened to her in the human trafficking has been come out on YouTube and TikTok. Every single one of them. And I try to share them as much as I can. About the blood, the blood drinking, the sacrifice.
Well, that's a cult. That's a cult. But real human trafficking, 99.9% of the time, and this is a fact, 99.9% of the time, you ain't ever going to be out here to talk about it. True human trafficking, you're not going to be on YouTube, right?
Well, it'd been like she's in her 50s. It was when she was a child and she fought it. And everything that she has said, everything matches up to everything that's coming out now about what really happened. And I do try to share a lot of that on there. Now, they probably wouldn't let me, but
I
a lot
have
of
I have a girlfriend that I have a girlfriend. She actually, you know, they pulled up and abducted her. She was around 17 years old at the time. Took her to a place. She thought she wasn't ever going to see the light of day again. They drugged her up. Done unmentionable things. Told her, you know, how she was going to act if she wasn't willing to comply. Then they, you know, she's just going to be ended, right? And she went to a holding place, and thank goodness that there was a bus there, and that's how she actually, her and a few more. But like she said, from the original place that they took her with a lot of girls, and she doesn't have no idea because they blindfold you and drug you up, bringing you in. They blindfold you, drug you up, taking you out. But
yeah, she said that too.
Inside this particular place, there was a lot of girls, and all of them didn't go with her. Only a few went with her to this particular holding house because that's where they were going to be, you know, sold out of, to wherever. And it was only like a few compared to, you know, what didn't get, you know, freed when she did. So, you know, that is real human trafficking right there. That is real human trafficking.
Well,
selling your booty willfully on the street for a boyfriend, or some having somebody you think is going to be able to protect you, so you give them a few bucks. No, that's not human trafficking. That is willfully trafficking.
Yanni said that she was taken as a baby at the age of 2 years old out of her grandma's house, out of her grandma's custody, and from the United States, and sent to a foster home or adopted out in Australia. And then she woke up between two men at the age of 2 years old in the bed with two men. And from there on, she said they would drug her. She did say that. She said that a lot of times she would encourage the other kids to drink it so they didn't know. She also said that little boys did not survive. She told horrific things that they did. And everything that she talks about has coming out now more and more, especially on TikTok, about the rituals that they do. You know, she said that there was a little child, a little one. She talked about the breeders. I didn't know there were breeders.
Oh,
What
yeah.
breeders?
They have certain girls. It's like there's this big house. There's a big house, and it's like a big, like a mansion. And this is no lie. And they have, basically what happens is they have certain girls as young as 15, 16, 17 years old.
She said younger than that,
19,
even
20, that actually have babies. Most of them are 15, 16, 17 that's inside this home. And what happens is they basically breed the baby. Nobody knows they were ever pregnant. They stay there the whole time that they're pregnant. And they deliver the baby there. The doctor delivers the babies there at that house. And what happens is those are the babies that are used because they have, you know, no birth certificate, no witnessing of any type of birth. This girl she's not ever seen. And basically they're just like, you know, breeding mules, right? That's what they do. They have these babies, and then the cult uses the babies as sacrifices, right?
Yep.
And you don't, nobody, once the thing is, when you get into an occult, once you join, if you turn on them, you're probably going to end up dead.
She said she fought them. That's why she survived. She ran away. But she said that one time they were on their way. They put them all in a van. She talked about that. And she said there was a little 9-month-old baby boy. And she said it just loved on her like it never had loved before in its whole life. And she said she had it in her lap the whole time. Hi, what the fudge? And she said that baby hold on to her and she just loved on it. And she said they tried to take the baby out of her arms because she knew what they were going to do with it. And I'm going to put trigger up.
Miss Daisy, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Cursed with Curiosity, I seen you over at Tiffany Marie's talking crap about Miss Daisy, me. Yeah, you were there and you was talking crap about us, and you've been talking crap in Miss Daisy's life all night tonight. If you got that kind of hate in your heart for us for some reason, I don't know why, hon, because we've always been really good to you. I know I've been good to you in my chat, but if you really have that kind of hatred and everything, and disagreement, you might want to just stick to Tiff's lives and other people's lives. And I can't speak for Miss Daisy, but I can tell you, you can take a flying fuck out of mine. There
right,
you go.
especially when you're talking about something that's so sensitive to talk about.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a survivor myself of SA, and it took me a long time. Matter of fact, I didn't really ever talk about it at all in my life until I came onto this YouTube. And that's the truth. It was something that I kept bottled, and you know what? It actually felt good.
It does
to finally talk about it. People don't realize how much it destroys your fucking life. Holding it, you have to hold it because you have no one to talk to about it. So, you're just talking shit. And if you are a survivor, these women are all right. We do want to talk. It makes us feel good to be able to finally get out. That is like, sure, we got to write it down on paper, hoping it would go away and leave us, right? And it don't. But coming out here and be able to share with other people what has happened to them and happened to you, and feel that connection, it's beautiful. So please don't downgrade us.
Right. And 95% of our subs and our watchers have been a victim one time or the other in any way. They have had some sort of SA happen to them. And so you gotta most of our readers, our subscribers and our followers have some sort of trauma that goes along with it. And we all talk about it over here on this channel and on Prayer Gardens. And it has to be talked about because I feel like I'm helping other people when I talk about it.
It does,
I don't know.
You are.
We all share a common thing, it's a common thing that we share. We are all alike in a lot of ways, guys. I mean, that's why we shouldn't be not getting along, because we're all victims one way or the other of this kind of thing. A majority of people in my chat are.
And everybody says, oh, PG knows it all. Well, I'm going to tell you something. No, I don't know it all. And I learn a lot from you guys out here. I learn a lot from you. You might learn a lot from me, but I learn a lot from you, believe it or not. I like Jess, for instance. When Jess stepped up and asked for help, I realized that, how brave she was, because, I couldn't have ever done that. And there's many times I needed it, and I should have. And I'm going to tell you, she was my role model. Believe it or not, she was my role model to do what she was able to do. You know? So if you think we don't learn from one another out here on this YouTube, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
Right. And I'm for any survivor. And if Emergency Me is really a survivor, then I am sorry that that happened to you. But don't come over here and attack me on my channel because
Right.
someone sent you over here and come up here and try to tell me about being a victim of human trafficking and SA and then disregard us
If
and
she
our
was, if she was a true victim of human trafficking, then she would, for one, she would have been able, people, if you're a true victim of human trafficking, you're going to talk about it because you are wanting to help other people out there to know how it works and how to get out of it, escape away from it. She didn't want to tell you guys none of that. Why? Because she didn't know.
She was sitting up here criticizing us for talking about it, but she didn't want to talk about it. Arctic Wolf said, I'm a survivor of child abuse, child SA, suicide. God bless you all. God bless you, Arctic Wolf. Oh, Bessie said, "PG helped my boys have a Christmas before I was down." Oh, I'm so glad for that, Jessie.
Yeah, just learn me something.
Ada.
Just learn me that I need to, that I needed to take, when people offer to help me, I need to receive as good as I give. She learned me that, I always turned help down and everything. My pride, this or that, one thing and another. But just learned me, I was hurting no one, not only myself, but my children by not taking, right? By not taking. I should have took, if not for myself, I should have thought of them.
Hey,
and it was a selfish thing that I did. And she taught me that. She taught me that, something in this life. And I appreciated that. Absolutely.
Right. Let's just say she is everything. I think that this farmer person in here is actually Emergency because they keep going on and on and on about taking up for that girl. I have not been able to talk about it. I tried once, but got shut down basically. Well, God is love. I understand that. If you can't talk about it, that's understandable. But you don't come up here, God is love, and criticize other people for trying to bring awareness to.
Said she got shut down basically. No one should have shut you down from openly speaking about, something so traumatic in this life. Women haven't, and so women have only been able to come out and openly talk about this kind of stuff the last few years. Before that, we were stuck to live with it, and we were stuck to live with it alone. And I thank God that the door has been open where, where we can actually, find some peace in everything that's happened in our lives by sharing it with other people, and we're leaning on one another. We have, as women, we're taking our power back. We're taking our power back, and we're doing it by connecting hands with one another. And that's a beautiful thing.
Right. Absolutely. I understand that, Miss Lindsay, but she came up here attacking us on my channel over it and then stated it and completely disregarded mine and Christine's feelings towards it, and she was just trying to take over my chat.
God is love. If you need anybody to talk to, I mean, if you feel you need someone to talk to, I'm on Facebook. I'm a Sissy Bible. I'm on Facebook. You know, you can call me through chat. I'd be glad. Hey, I'm a good listener. I know I'm a good talker too, but I'm a good listener, hon. And if you ever just need somebody to talk to, give me a call. Give me a call through Facebook, and girl, we'll talk. God bless. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. I really am.
Let's see. Yanetta said, everyone has been through some sort of abuse and sexual harassment and so much more, including myself. At the age of 16, I contracted HIV, and now I'm 54 years old, and till this day, never was okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Yanetta. I'm so sorry.
You know, I had a girlfriend. I worked with her, and she died. She died from HIV. It just, it just took her over too much. She didn't want to. She didn't want to go through all the treatments and stuff because it made her sick. And yeah, we lost her, but she was a beautiful person. And I lost a real good friend. He was a guy, real good friend. And he also passed away with it. It's awful. It's awful, seeing them, seeing them dwindle away the way they do. But you can hold their hand and let them. There's a better place. There's a better place waiting. Don't be afraid.
Right. And we are over here. We are going to continue on my channel. We are going to continue to fight for these children that's out here being sold into this elite, and all we're going to continue to expose these Hollywood weirdos that are doing it.
Absolutely.
That's something I'm very, very passionate about. We got to be careful what we talk about, though. We got to be careful the way I title things. But it is happening every day to our children all around the world. And somebody has got to be a voice. We've got to stand up before it's too late. They're trying to legalize pedophilia. They're trying to take our children and make them think that it's okay for an adult person to do things to them like that. That's not right. I mean, it's deep. It's a deep, deep rabbit hole. But we can't sit back and not say nothing. I mean, even if it's just
also there's a new thing going on right now. And the new thing is you got these people adopting children for that reason alone, to sell them out, to other people and make tons of money so they can live lavish lives, right? So they can live a beautiful life with a big boat, a nice home, new cars. They're using adopted children in order to do this now. And that's another worry for the adoption processes.
Thousands of children are coming up missing from the CPS system around the country. It's getting exposed more and more. They don't know where these children are going to. And around the world. Miss Daisy, are you going to finish telling us what you're talking about? The last thing you said is she was holding the baby. Okay, so I'm gonna put a trigger warning up for that, okay? Because then they tried to take the baby away from Yanni, and she fought him. And because she fought him, what they ended up doing was trigger warning. They ended up sacrificing that baby that Yanni was holding, and they made her drink his blood because she fought him. They made her drink his blood.
That's
because
disgusting.
She fought him. And I seen the same thing happen to another person on TikTok that was telling their story. That happened to them as well. And I was like, everything that Yanni has told me is the truth. And she's got to she's had a lot of counseling. Yanni's had a lot of counseling, but she still has a long way to go. I love her. Me and her disagree a lot, but that I still love her. Um, and I told her to get rid of her satanic Bible because she's got one, the Bible of Satan in her house, and she thinks it's okay. And I just like, Yanni, it's not. She's like, I just got it there because I'm curious. And I was like, you can't have things like that in your house.
If you have any type of satanic stuff in your house, if you even have a Harry Potter book or movie, if you have any trolls in your house, dream catchers, anything of this nature, anything that little statues of Buddha, I know a lot of people like the little fat belly guy. They think it's, not really a big deal. But if you have any of this in your home, I don't think God's going to be protecting you. What you do, when you bring that stuff into your home, you open yourself up for Satan. You open yourself up for evilness. You have to clear your home and do not bring nothing in your home that God would not approve of. Nothing that He would not approve of into your home.
I told her, I was like, you got to get rid of that for sure. You can't keep that in your home. You just can't. Hey, Don, how are you, Don? Don's
well, the thing is if they, here's what happens. If they throw away a devil book, it will come back, Miss Daisy. I know someone that threw it in a river and a damn thing came back. It came back and was under the bed. It came back, it was wet and under the bed.
Yeah.
That's scary stuff. And and the Ouija boards, same way. You'll find it back in a closet somewhere, right?
Right. Absolutely. I mean,
you have to know exactly how to dispose of that stuff. If you have it, you better know how to dispose of it, because if you don't, you opened yourself up for some real bad stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I
mean, the best thing is to don't ever get it, right? I mean, I don't get that kind of crap. Absolutely, positively.
Oh, thank you, Giselle. Thank you.
Oh, Crystal. God bless. Yes.
Thank you, Giselle. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Absolutely. We appreciate that support. God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Don, do you want to come up on panel, or do you feel comfortable just staying in the chat? I didn't know if Don was in the chat listening to us. Thank you, Giselle, for that super chat. Thank you so much. But yeah, human trafficking is very real, and everything Yanni said was the truth, and nothing but the truth. And I feel sorry for her.
That's not human trafficking. See, human trafficking is where they abduct people off the street and they take you, they basically drug you up and take you somewhere, and then you're going to be sold out. You're going to be sold out. They'll take you to they move you to what they call a safe house. And from the safe house is where whoever's going to get you comes, picks you up, and then they do awful things to you. Or else they're running a place where lots of people come in and out to do what they want with you. And, usually you end up dying. And then they just throw you away like garbage. But now the cult's a whole different ball game. The cult's a whole different ball game.
They're connected though.
That's not human trafficking. That is
a
lot of people volunteer to get into that. A lot of people voluntarily join the occult. They're not forced. They voluntarily do. And they voluntarily to have these children and then they get their kids into it as well, right? And sometimes the kids what happens is you get parents that's into it. The parents get their children into it, and that the kids don't, want to be there, but they're forced there by the parents. And
but it's bigger than that, PG. It's a lot bigger because I have done a lot of research, and so many thousand. The CPS is involved, the Vatican's involved, the Hollywood Reach and Elites is involved. Your singer, your pop stars like Beyonce and Jay-Z, they're a part of cult.
And Miss Daisy,
Huh?
did you take note when Donald Trump was president that all of those people higher up started looking real old?
I didn't even pay attention.
I guess they wasn't getting their injections, right? They must not have been getting their injections during that time. No, for real. They actually, scares these children to death in order to get this stuff from them.
The blood.
You have to get it from, I believe it's the brain. But anyway, it's supposed to, and this is true. I heard that, they give this old person a shot of that, and it actually does make their organs younger, and their face.
I'd rather die than do that. I would rather die. And Don, I want to apologize to you for last night for sending you that video of that little girl getting kidnapped, because I didn't mean to upset you, because I showed him the video of that little girl getting kidnapped, and that was very insensitive of me to do that. I would never do that on purpose to hurt you, or I didn't mean for you to think bad. I mean, I don't want him, because anything can trigger a moment, and I'm sorry about that. I just felt bad for Don, because I don't want to, that thought of your child getting kidnapped is bad enough, but seeing other children get kidnapped, nah, that just, I don't know. I felt bad about doing that,
You
But
have a lot of monsters. You got a lot of monsters in this world today, right? A lot of monsters capable of doing everything and anything. They do not value children. They do not value old people anymore. These people have no heart. They have no heart. They're selfish, self-seeking. All they care about is oneself. They don't know how to really love and care about someone else. They don't know how to, they don't know how to weather storms together by holding on to one another.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, not much. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. Me and Prayer Garden's up there talking about the traffic stuff.
I've been listening. I'm hoping and praying. I don't know that that's sad. So sad. It's horrible. A little kid shouldn't have to go through stuff like that.
No.
But I'm worried that that's what's happening with Summer.
We pray that that's not what's happening, Don.
Well, people don't take kids for good reasons. You know what I mean? Usually, 90-some-odd% of the time, it's for a bad reason. They take them.
No.
Donald.
No,
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you believe, by any chance, that Jodie's son may have done something to your daughter?
I have no idea. It's always a possibility, but I don't know.
Do you find it funny that she tried to protect him so much? Do you find it funny? I mean, you lived right across the road from them. Did you not find it weird that she has put him in the military now and everything else to hide him away?
From what I understand, he joined the military to just get away from him. his mom and the whole 9 yards. I mean, I don't blame him for that. But I don't know. I have no idea. They pretty much, the 2 kids that she has pretty much stayed in their room and played games all the time. They didn't hardly go anywhere or do anything as far as I know.
If he did do something to your daughter, do you think Andy and Jody Sue would cover it up for him?
I really don't know. I mean, of course, most people will cover up for their kids, try to save their life. I would say, I don't know though.
I mean, you knew there's some. What kind of boy was he?
I really didn't know him because he stayed to himself, at their house. We offered for them to come over and play with our kids and stuff, but they never would. Every once in a while, Jody Sue would send him over for some reason or the other to borrow something or whatever, but that's the only times we ever seen him. We never got to know him or the little girl at all.
Now I've heard Fred Hill said that a week and a half before Summer came up missing, that Jody Sue's son was up there playing in the swimming pool with Summer by herself.
No.
There's no truth to that?
I don't think so, no. And we just had, a couple little pools that we bought. Candace bought a couple big pools, but, they tear up pretty fast. But no, he never come over. Her kids never come over and done anything, with our family like that.
So Fred Hill was lying.
Well, Fred Hill, I don't want to say anything bad, but he, how can I say this? I don't. He tries to throw everybody off. Let's just put it that way. He's throwing everybody off. Right?
Is there a possibility that Fred Hill could have done something?
It is possible. He left out about the time Summer disappeared to take off all that scrap metal. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible for a lot of people.
Fred Hill happened to say something. When he said that Summer was up there in the pool with Jody Sue's son, he also said that he felt that Jody Sue's son was thinking dirty things about Summer. And
that's
so
possible.
if he was thinking that Jody Sue's son was thinking dirty things about your daughter, I mean, I don't know what Jody Sue's son was thinking. He may have not been thinking anything at all. But we do know Fred Hill was thinking something nasty because he said Jody Sue's son was, right? So he had nasty about your daughter by saying that Jody Sue's son was thinking that. So that was
I'll tell you
his mind.
Something amazing to me, my last little go around in jail was the amount of people that they had child pornography on their phones or other devices, and if you have that kind of stuff on your phone, it goes to the iCloud or whatever like that. They will hunt you down and they will find you, and you're going to do a lot of time for how. And it's amazing to me. I don't even know where they get this stuff or what, but it's so devastating the way they portray little kids in these pornography things.
Well, a lot of it comes from the dark web. There's a dark web that you can go to and access it from there. But also, like in your emails, you got to be careful opening your emails, because if you open an email, sometimes there'll be a bunch of that attached to that email.
Wow. Well, I'm glad I don't know how to do email then. Yeah. I mean, people post dirty stuff on my Facebook all the time. I have to check it every day and take it off.
Yeah,
But,
I do too. I do too. I've had some. Where did that come from? Thank God it's mostly grown women or men, but I ain't had no children. Like it's usually grown men or women, and it's usually from another country. I got to be careful not to accept any friend requests from people that's in other countries.
I think it's really bad because they portray, these people in scenes like bondage and stuff like that, as if that they really like this kind of thing. And I think it really twists a lot of people's minds. The whole pornography thing is way out of hand.
I don't think that it twists their mind. I think that people that research and get stuff like that, their mind's already twisted.
Yeah, they just look for it.
Because they're actually seeking it. Where are you going?
That's what I was wondering. Are you heading back home?
Where am I going?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just left a major snowstorm. It's on my tail. Every time I stop, the rain catches up with me, so it's been following me all the way.
Well, you better be careful.
Oh yeah.
So you're driving back. You're driving back to Tennessee.
Yes.
Yeah. So you better be careful because it can get bad.
Yeah, I hate driving the freeway at night. I hate driving the freeway because you hit those fog. You'll hit a place where you can't see nothing.
Yeah, but daytime you hit traffic jams in the cities, and it's horrible.
During the day, it's true. During the day, you got people going 90 and trying to run you over. But at night, it's at night the freeway ain't so bad. But I hate that fog. You can't see nothing. You can that.
Yeah, I don't care for driving at night, but the alternative's worse. So,
Don, do you know a guy named David Cohen?
I don't.
People was asking that in the chat. That's what I was.
Yeah, when I worked for Tucker Drywall, everybody, that's the only people I knew is everybody that worked for Tucker Drywall, and that's the only people I hung out with day after day. I didn't want to know all these other people because I knew there's a lot of shady stuff going on.
Right. Don, is the TBI reaching out to you all at all and trying to? No.
Oh no. No. I mean, I can call them and they'll just say, "Well, we're still looking into stuff and stuff like that." But if they want to talk to me and ask me questions, they got my phone number. But I mean, they're not going to tell us anything because it's an investigation. They're not going to let nothing leak out. They're very tight-lipped about what's going on. So it's hard to say what's going on or where they're at or anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for good reason.
Oh yeah. You don't want to do anything to mess up the case and find Summer for you and find out who took this baby.
Yeah.
Donald.
Yeah.
Did you ever get that guy named David Bush checked out? It's on your YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just a kid or somebody just interested in helping to find Summer. Like a lot of people get wrapped up into it, like we did. I think he's just one of those that just got wrapped up into the whole thing. I mean, I think anyway.
I know that he said, because I checked him out early on, and I know that he said that he was raised right there somewhere around Tennessee. He's in New York now, but his supposedly owned some type of home or something there in Tennessee. And if I remember right, it wasn't too far from. I just took note that he's followed this case from the whole time.
Yeah.
And that's unusual for a man. What I'm saying is, women, yes, but that is, and he's always stayed on your tail.
Yeah. That's one thing about. Yeah. I really don't know though.
Every single Facebook you've had, he's made sure he gets a friend on it.
I know that some people have definitely checked him out, because that did seem odd, and so he has definitely been checked out. I do know that much.
Are you going to do anything for Summer's birthday?
Well, I didn't want to because I didn't want to celebrate her birthday without her, but I want to go out and meet the people like yourselves and talk with them and just try to be supportive of everybody who's not just there for Summer, but for all missing kids and stuff like that. And I just wanted to get out and try to show support. You know, our minds have been so screwed up and backwards and everything else throughout the trauma of it all and everything. You know, we made a lot of mistakes, and I apologize for a lot of people. If I've, you know, we've done a lot of dumb things, to say the least. And I'm just trying to fix things, do things right for once. You know,
Yeah.
for sure. And I really appreciate y'all's concern for my daughter, and also.
So if I if I come down to Tennessee, I'll be able to walk all around your land up there.
Well, you know, Candace is still pretty. She's been traumatized to the max.
She is a Sour Patch Baby.
Huh?
She is a Sour Patch Baby.
I am?
No, Candace.
Oh.
Candace, she's mad at you, then she loves you. Then she's mad at you, then she loves you.
She can't help it, though. I mean, a lot of women are like that. I mean, I've seen times where you've been mad at me, seriously, and you're mad at me, and then you like me. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean or nothing.
It's the truth.
I got to give you that.
But I mean, I think it's good to come together for a common goal. What you guys was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And that's great. That's awesome. We need to forget, you know.
Donald.
You know, hold on a minute.
You might be getting a phone call.
Hold on, I'm getting blocked. Freeway. Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, hey, safety first. Safety first. Drive careful.
Oh yeah.
Listen, Hunter said that Candace said that somebody was up there touching kids on the hill. What he said was, you said that there was somebody up there named Andy or Andrew touching kids on the hill on the 15th of June when you called Candace. Did you say anything to Candace like that?
No, ma'am. Never has there been anybody. No.
Well, I caught
Hunter
in a lot of lies. And you know, I do want to apologize to Candace. I do want to apologize for Candace for not believing her when Hunter said he ran in the water and saved Summer. Candace was telling the truth. He did not run into that water. He did not save Summer at all. And I put the video out to prove it. So,
that's great. Thank you so much. That's big of you. Awesome. Thanks. She'll really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't understand, you know, when all this first happened, Candace and Allie, and then Allie begged Candace to take Hunter to the lake, and she went out of her way to go pick him up and took him out there. And then when Summer, everything was fine until Summer disappeared, and then all of a sudden they completely turned on Candace, and CM come into the picture, and then my stepsisters come into the picture, and they threw everything off. They took it just like they was trying to throw everything away. It was like they was trying to think of how to word this. Take the focus off of Summer and put it all on me and Candace. And the cops took that to heart. Police took that to heart, and they was really, and not only YouTubers, but the police was just questioning us, like looking hard at us. Everybody was, and it was a complete and utter nightmare. It really broke us down. So we're sitting there trying to tell people our story about Summer, and people just are not listening because they threw everything off so bad, and it was just the worst. It was like living in an actual nightmare, and I could just imagine Summer just, Daddy, please come and get me, help me, and I don't know where she is, don't know what to do, and I was just completely losing my mind.
Oh yeah. But you seem to be doing so much better now, Don. You're doing wonderful. And I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to move on, because if it wasn't, I try to think of God, like you guys were saying earlier, and what would God want me to do, and I have to move forward. I can't.
Right.
I have no choice. I have to leave.
God would want you to do everything. God would want you to do everything you can, Donald, to bring your baby home. Whether she's with us or she's not with us, He would say, do everything you can to bring that baby home.
I think he's getting bad service there for a minute.
Brian,
I said, where did Prayer Garden go? Prayer Garden left me.
Yeah. I've tried driving around. I've tried looking everywhere. It about got me into a lot of trouble real fast. I went, I was ready to kick in all the meth head stores in if I could find them all. I was ready to. But after a while, I realized that social media is the most powerful tool that we have for things like this.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Summer is I cannot tell you, Donald, that you cannot join hands with everyone out there to bring your daughter home.
Absolutely, that's it. Like the fourth.
If it was their child, they would be joining hands with whoever they had to, probably even the devil, to bring their baby home.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that. Of course they would. Anybody would.
I know that, I know I would walk through. Well, actually, to be honest with you, I'd walk through hell or hot coals to bring Summer home.
Yeah, right.
Little girl. I love this little girl.
What you go through, Don, except you and Candace, what y'all go through. I mean, that's the help.
Hey, Donald.
Yeah.
Did you take down Summer's screen?
No, it's still there.
Why is everybody trying to say you took it down?
I don't know why people make up stories like that all the. It's either one thing or the other all the time, isn't it? But no, it's still there.
Well, I knew it was still there. You knew it was still there, but I just want to clarify it for everybody out here that it's still there.
For sure, yeah.
This is what little time I've taught you, Don. There's been so many people make up lies that I know are just is.
I know. Yeah, I guess
And it's not fair.
some people just don't have nothing better to do than to cause chaos for everybody else, I guess.
Do you guys have any? Hey, Donald, do you guys got any photos, like more recent photos of Summer before she came up missing? Maybe something, for her birthday parties.
The last, all the photos that I had on my old phone, I put on Facebook in the hopes that someone would recognize her. And the only photos. Candace has some baby pictures that she's holding on to because she wants to hang on to them because that's all she has left.
As you should, because the baby photos ain't gonna bring her home.
No.
We need the photos. We need the photos right. Recent. Before she came up missing.
If you think about it, that one photo when she was asleep by the milk jug, that was the last photo.
I know.
And that's what she was wearing when she disappeared.
Oh. People want to know about that darn couch, Don. Can you tell us what happened to that couch?
Blue? Well, I don't know. I don't have no idea. We hauled everything out of the house. We completely stripped the house down because it was just. And the last time TBI, nobody knows about this, but when I was in jail, I mean, they searched our property, they searched our house at least 10 times. All different kinds of agencies all over the place. They tore everything up over and over and over again. Tore everything out of my trucks, threw it on the ground.
You was in jail?
Well, no, before I went to jail. But I guess when I was in jail, they decided that they wanted to serve me with a search warrant because somebody said there was something to do with our safe, and so they kicked the door in and tore my safe off the floor, stuff like that. But I told them, you guys ain't never needed a search warrant before. I mean, but I don't know. But they didn't. So I don't know why they felt like they needed a search warrant.
And why didn't they use a locksmith? Why didn't they use a locksmith to open the door for them? They knew nobody was there, but you're in jail. Candace was gone. Grandis was gone. Why didn't they just use a locksmith? It took 5 minutes. They could get the door open. They didn't need to kick it in.
I don't think they're not that sophisticated like on the shows. You know what I mean? Like the spy shows where they have these special tools that can pick any lock. You know what I mean? I don't think they just kick the door in. It's a lot easier.
Wow.
Was the window in the basement busted out at any time?
Yeah, I mean the kids busted one of them out a while back, but I mean I repaired it the best I could.
Right.
Tape and stuff for now. But.
Yeah, because I took note in one of the pictures of Summer, the basement window was busted out.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, the boys are pretty tough. I mean, they throw stuff.
What did they do? What did they do after they kicked your door open? Did they come back and fix it, or did they just leave your house unlocked?
They left it unlocked.
Wow.
They just left the door open, and so some animals got in there.
Oh my, that's not right.
We basically lost everything. We hauled everything out, stripped everything down, and started over. I've almost got the basement finished.
I'm sorry about that.
Done a lot of work.
Don, do you all have a habitat in Kingsport? Because there is down here, maybe.
Yeah, we sure do. Yeah, we sure do.
Well, I would talk to students if they could help you.
Well, the church helped us out with some things. And they've been really good. Right now, I'm just trying to get work. The suckers.
Are you still going to the Seventh-day Adventist Church?
Well, I'm trying to, but I just, with everything that's happened and people showing up at the church, and we don't have our kids. It's so hard to go to church and watch other people with their kids, and they're so happy. And me and Candace just feel completely lost.
Yeah.
Somebody in the chat says, what happened to the pillow Summer supposedly sat on in the car?
I couldn't tell you. I have no idea. I really don't know.
That's the pillow she showed Benny. And from what Benny said, Candace still had it.
Yeah, I really don't know.
I hate that they
I'd be upset if I came home and my front door was kicked open. I'd be pissed. Because law enforcement, if they kick your door open, they're supposed to pay to get it fixed. Especially if they didn't find anything.
Well, we are talking about Hawkins County.
That's true.
And if you know, and if they served you a search warrant and you said, hey, this ain't needed, then they should have got a locksmith to open the door.
Yeah, you know, when that sounds great, but you know, the reality of it is, you know.
The reality of it is they would be fixing my door.
Well, they might because you might be down there raising the hill, you know, and everything. They probably fix your door, but me, I'm not going to go down there and raise hell because they might just throw my ass in jail.
I'm like that. I don't mess with them myself. I just.
Oh, I would be down there. I would be down there. I don't give a damn if they throw me in jail. They can throw me in jail. They're going to fix my door.
I believe if Sissy went down there, they'd definitely be up there fixing their door.
Yeah.
I believe that.
I believe it too, Don. This is firecracker.
Yeah.
I just hate that. I told everybody, I was like, y'all, Don is not who people think. I mean, he's been doing good. He's been, you know, working from daylight to dark.
I'm trying. I'm not nowhere near perfect. Y'all know that, but I am trying. We'll say
None
that.
of us are perfect, though.
That's all we can do.
Yeah.
I could have used a credit card and opened the door.
Well, it was dead bolted.
And then you know what? A drill.
Yeah.
All you have to do is use a drill. And that would still leave one lock to be able to shut and lock it. So at least it would use a drill.
Do you think Summer might have opened that door and went outside?
I don't know. It's you know, yeah, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
She was probably upset the boys wouldn't go downstairs and play with her. And it's hard to say, you know, if someone was already down there, or because the boys would leave the door open all the time. They'd go running around chasing each other, you know, and stuff, and just leave the door wide open. I don't know how many times I've found the door wide open, and you can talk to your blue in the face, and it just don't change nothing.
Right. I know how boys are. Oh, I've got one here. I've got one. I couldn't imagine having three.
Yeah.
I'll wake up in the middle of the night and my doors be unlocked because he's been up in the bathroom going.
Exactly.
I've got three sons, and I'm gonna tell you something. I don't wake up with no doors unlocked. They know better.
Yeah.
And not only that, though, you know, I got an alarm system. You set the alarm system, and you know, they open the door, you're gonna know it, right?
I wish I would have had all that stuff, cameras and everything now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's important. It is important, you know. It's important for every community to have camera systems. It's important for every community to have alarm systems. I don't care where you live. You really honestly need them to keep your children safe.
Yeah, I definitely highly recommend it now. A fenced yard with German Shepherds or something.
Yeah. Yeah. Do y'all have any dogs up there anymore? Or
Well, we had a bunch of hounds up there, but they was just absolutely friendly with everybody.
okay. Yeah.
They weren't, you know.
Yeah, my neighbor stays over here all the time. I might as
Yeah.
well just adopt it because it stays over here all the time. But you know, we just don't ever think that something like that's going to happen. We don't know, and especially where you're at, but things like that does happen.
Yeah.
That's true.
There were so many people that lived up there, like you said, that was not good people, like that had
I have to agree with law enforcement. I got to agree with law enforcement. Whoever took Summer was right there in that area. I mean, I don't think she left the area.
They're definitely familiar with the area for sure.
Yeah.
You have to look at Jody Sue, her family. You've got to look at Fred Hill. You've got to look at the people right there around you. Right there around you.
We've tried. We have as much as possible.
I know.
We're talking to Fred. Talking to Fred is like talking to, I don't know. You're not going to get a straight answer out of him. Period. It's pointless.
I don't know him myself or anything like that, but I've just, other creators have told me.
Hey, Donald. Did you have any idea that Hunter was with Candace on June 15, 2021?
Was with where?
When Summer came up missing, the day Summer came up missing. Did you have have any idea that she had Hunter in the car with him?
Yeah, I talked to her on the phone. She said she was going to go to the lake and wait until they filled the prescription. And since that was the case, I went ahead and just stayed at work longer to get more done. I was talking to my buddy Jamie out there for probably an hour, and
So you knew Hunter was with her when they went to the water hole.
Yeah, Candace was always trying to help them kids, as much as possible because she felt like they didn't have a whole lot or could get out much, or
Right.
So she was always trying to be the good person that tries to help the kids out. All her girls and everything, she hung out with them too. Stuff.
I heard other people say, I did hear other people have hit me up in my emails and so forth and told me that they also try to, take Hunter in them places because Allie didn't ever go anywhere.
Right. Absolutely. Yep. I met him at the lake a few times after work, and they'd be fishing, having pizza, and all the kids would just be having a blast,
Donald.
Yeah.
Did Fred Hill come up there the night Summer came up missing on June 15th? Did he come down there the very night that Summer came up missing to talk with you?
No, I don't think he did that night because law enforcement was all over the place. They parked one of their police cars out right by our house for probably 6-7 days straight. They stayed there all night long in the car. and then they posted up down there on Ben Hill Road, and they pretty much blocked that Ben Hill Road also
Right.
for a long time, for probably 2 weeks. And, but you know, he did eventually come up and talk to me, and was trying to figure out, you know, in his own mind probably what happened or what's exactly going on.
But
yeah,
he stayed away. He stayed away.
At first. Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't you find that kind of weird that he would I mean, it's like he was avoiding law enforcement?
Well, I mean, they probably questioned him and everybody else because I was freaking out so bad at first. I was telling law enforcement, I mean, in my opinion, with so much traffic going through there, I felt like somebody probably on meth that was going back there probably seen her and decided to grab her, or see, you know, it was just a crime of opportunity and they got away with it. That's what I was thinking in my mind.
So why do you think Fred's telling so many lies?
That's a good question. It's a real good question. I don't know why he's doing these things exactly. It could be the same reason Jody Sue is, just because, just to throw off all the YouTubers in her own mind. She thinks it's like a game and it's, or whatever. You know, that's what I feel Jody Sue and Fred both are doing.
Yeah.
Just for fun, kicks and fun, but
views.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're without a baby daughter.
Right. I've lived in other cities before, in like Tampa, Florida, and some big cities, and I'll tell you, when them police want answers, there ain't nobody moving no drugs or nowhere until they get answers. And usually, 9 times out of 10, they get the answers they want. They stay all over it, and ain't nobody doing nothing until they get what they want. And then when they get what they want, then they leave out, and then the business as usual kind of thing, you know.
Do you feel like that it wasn't handled well that night, that they could have?
I think they've done the best they could, but they was given a lot of misinformation by CM. They just threw the whole investigation on from Allie to CM. I ain't gonna go no further with any of the rest of it. But they threw everything off so bad that the police didn't know which way to turn.
What made you think Elena Crawford had anything to do with it?
Well, you know, everybody's a suspect, just like the police say. Everybody's a suspect. Well, because she's done some dirty things to me, and she knows what she's done, and I ain't gonna say it, you know.
Come on, tell us, what did she do?
I mean, she knows what she did, and all we did was try to help her. She can say whatever she wants, but we tried to help her, and I don't want to say no more. But she really, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to do that. Yeah. She knows what she did.
Is Tim Mullins still advocating for your family?
Who?
Tim Mullins.
Oh yeah. Tim Mullins, real good friend. Definitely a real good friend.
That's good. That's good.
Hey Donald.
Yeah.
You got any septic tanks up on your land?
Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
Do you have any septic tanks up on your land?
We got one right there by the house. Yep.
Is it in use?
Yeah, it's the one that goes to our house.
Okay.
And it's buried, and it hasn't been, you know, the dirt hasn't been disturbed or anything like that.
Did Marlena Crawford say you abused Candace?
I don't know. She said they're not, did she?
Somebody in the chat said she said that you abused Candace. You and Candace are still living together, right? That's your wife.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you and Candace are still together.
Yeah. I mean, we've had our issues, you know.
Lucy Cat wanted to know.
Well, I mean, everybody knows I went to jail for domestic, and she went and begged the judge to drop all the charges. That's that night Jose was there. Me and Jose got into it.
Oh, Marlena was there?
No, Marlena was not there.
Oh.
No, me and Jose got into it, and he told the police that I chipped his tooth, and then he told the police later the truth that I did not chip his tooth.
Oh, Jody Sue said that. I'm sorry. Jody Sue was the one that said you abused Candace.
Of course she would say that. Pretty funny.
I'm going to be honest. What time I know Donald, he wasn't abusing Candace. Candace was abusing him.
It's okay, though.
I think Donald's afraid of Candace, not the other way around.
Is Candace doing better? Is she feeling better, Donald?
Yeah, I think she's doing a little bit better. I'm hoping they can figure it out. But I think she's doing better. I'm hoping she's asleep right now.
And Donald, what is the latest info from Allie?
They won't talk to nobody except for CM. We've had people try to talk to them and everything, and they will not talk to anybody except for, you know, we'll do whatever CM tells them to say, you know.
Right.
That's obvious. Very obvious. Mr. CM's pretty good at what he does, I'll say that.
And Donald, when's the last time Jose was up on your land?
That night, that I went to jail. That night I went to jail, Candace's mother told him to get his ass in the truck, pack his stuff up, you're out of here.
And he hasn't ever been back?
No. And I give her credit for doing that.
Then why did Dudley say that you said you had to stay home because Jose was there?
No, he, Candace's mother packed him up that night that night I went to jail.
Okay.
Did you know he passed away, Don?
Okay, say again, sorry.
Did you know that he's died?
Well, that's the story. I don't know if it's true or not, do you?
I don't either.
Right.
Where's Grandis at, Donald?
I don't know exactly where she's at.
She's not staying with Candace and taking care of her right now?
No, she's somewhere else with some friends right now.
Who's with Candace taking care of her?
She's nobody right now.
Oh, okay.
She's somewhere right now where she needs to be right now.
Jose died, Callie. Jose died. I know for a fact he died because I called California and actually talked to the funeral home where they had Jose. And also, I seen his death certificate. And there's also, the funeral home has a website that you can go to and actually write something nice if you like to on Jose's wall. Only people wrote on it. A lady out of the chat, someone out of the chat, the scene wrote something nice, and I wrote something well. Me and her was the only two that actually took the time to go to that website and write something good to Jose. I wish more people would have. It would have been nice, especially justice for all since he made a ton of fucking money, right? I think that was the least he could have done.
Yeah, I agree with that. That he may have. I don't know.
No,
I don't
he didn't. No, he didn't mistake it. I was there.
What do you think? What do you want us to know about? How can we help find Summer? What can we do?
I don't think there's any more.
Find Summer.
I don't think there's any more that we can do. She's been all over, Facebook and all over y'all's channels and everything, and her pictures and everything. I don't know what else could possibly be done. I really don't. I wish there was more that could be done, but
that baby girl looks just like you, Don.
Yeah,
she did. She was his mini me.
She was my sweetheart, and we clicked. And she just wanted to be with me as much as possible. And I'm so thankful for them 5 years. I wish it could have been more, but we got to be thankful for what we got, I suppose.
When's the last time Dudley was on the hill, Donald?
He just come up there that one time. We talked, and that was it. Just that one time.
You mean when you drove him to work?
Dolly?
No, Dudley.
Oh, Dudley. Sorry. Yeah, the day I fired him was the last time I seen him.
Oh, okay.
And he caused a lot of problems too.
And that was right before Summer came up missing as well, right?
The day before Summer come up missing.
I watched that interview with him, and I felt like I was a little freaked out by him a little bit. I had some suspicions, and that's just my opinion.
Well,
him and his wife are split up now.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow.
I'm not saying he had anything to do with it, but I felt like he was definitely mad at you.
Yeah, definitely. He hated my guts. He hated my guts. And I give him incentive. I give him incentive of 50%. All you got to do is be here. I got all the tools, everything. Just be here and help me. I'll give you half the money. And it wasn't good enough for him.
And Donald said there was no truth to him sitting in the bathtub looking sad as hell the day before Summer came up missing.
Yeah.
Dudley did not see him in the bathtub ready to cry the day before Summer came up missing like he lost his best friend. That was not true.
Is that what Dudley said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, wow. I was thinking I was going to have a real good day because I didn't have to fight with him. It was like a constant fight with him every single day. He just didn't. I don't know. I know what was up with him, but I'm not going to say it on live, But I mean, I know what he was into. But it was a constant fight with him every single day. You just can't.
He was abusing substances.
Yeah, you can't just sit and have a normal conversation like we are right now with somebody who's on substances. It just don't work.
Not.
No, you can't.
Absolutely not. I don't have time for that. I can't handle people that get, if they're slurring all over the damn place, they gotta go.
Yeah.
I could tell that he was very mad at Don, and in my opinion, I felt like that he was just out to hurt you in any way he could.
Exactly. That's why he was my number one suspect for so long. And the police checked him out over and over and over, and I kept asking them what, and they kept saying he's got a solid alibi, a completely solid alibi. But that don't mean he couldn't have given somebody something to handle his business for him or whatever.
Yeah. There's always ways around things. I'm not saying that he is. I'm just saying, in our opinion, there's ways around things.
What Donald's saying when he says that there's nothing else they can do, what he's saying is right now he feels like their backs are against the wall, that they don't know where else to go, where else to look right now. They got to put it in God's hands and let God, because God will pull it to the light. And the reason he brings it out here on YouTube is hoping to keep Summer safe out here, hoping to keep her case alive, and hoping that at some point someone's going to speak up and tell what happened so that his little girl can be brought home. Right, Donald?
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, I wouldn't even suspect Dudley or whatever, whatever. But he just had such a hate for me for whatever reason. I don't know why, but he had an absolute hate for me. He tried everything in the world to get me fired, called Tucker drywall 100 times. That's what makes me suspect him right there, is that hate that he... I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said he definitely hated you.
Yes.
He didn't like you at all.
And I don't know why.
Well, I think for some reason Jody Sue didn't like you as well. Some people, some people felt that, you and Candace had it all. You had a house, all that land, you had a job, you had a beautiful family. I mean, you'd be surprised at how many people are so envious of you, and you don't know it until something like this happens to you.
Right.
You start to realize how many haters and snakes you had at your back.
Absolutely.
But just remember that God can bring you through anything, Don.
Absolutely, yes.
Mrs. Julie had a question. Let me go back and see if I can find it.
I just barely hear you, Kirk. What?
Julie.
She's breaking up. But yeah, you just hold on to God, and He'll help you get back on your feet.
And Donald. He wants to know, how often do you check the progress with law enforcement? How often do you get updates from law enforcement about Summer's case?
I used to call TBI, one of the agents, all the time. But like I said, I mean, they try to answer me the best they can, but they're very tight-lipped. They say they're still checking into things. They're still, there for a while. They were still checking phones that had been in the area. That had I forget how you pinged on a cell tower.
Right.
But they had, I don't know how many phones to run down, but I do know that they were doing that because I've heard people talking about how TBI got a hold of them and checked them out thoroughly because their phone happened to ping in the area about that time. So they have been doing a lot of work. I do know that. But like I say, they're very tight-lipped, and they only tell me that they're still looking into a lot of things, and basically that's all you can ever get out of them. They're not going to tell you any more than that.
John and Candace said Summer had not ever wandered off the hill before. Absolutely none of their children had ever wandered off the hill before.
Well, Josie took off on his little dirt bike once. He got mad and took off and went to his buddy's house. One time, and I took his dirt bike away from him. And then Summer, she wouldn't even know. I showed him videos because we do have bears and we do have some wildcats and wild dogs. So I showed them videos on YouTube of what wild dogs and bears can do, and so I had them pretty
Yeah,
much stay.
but if a bear or a dog would have got a hold of her, there'd have been evidence of that. They'd have found evidence of that.
Yeah, I think they would have found something, I believe. But the thing that I keep going back to is that search dog going straight from the basement door. They took Summer's clothes, give that dog a good scent of that, and then that dog went straight from the basement door, straight down that dog trail to the road, and they lost her scent. And they never could find her
I
scent.
heard that when they got
So
down
that
to the
pretty
road,
much tells you.
I heard that when they got down to the end of the road, the dog didn't lose her scent. It stopped at Jody Sue's feet.
I've never heard that. From what I understand, the dog went down to the road and it turned in a circle, meaning that it lost the scent, and they never could pick her scent up anywhere else except for the so-called footprints.
Right.
The dog hit on the footprints.
Right.
About almost not quite a mile away at an unfinished cabin, quite a bit of ways away. So that's interesting. So either somebody threw her in the car and took her to the cabin, or we just don't know.
What cabin was that?
Well, it's not on Ben Hill Road. It's on a dirt road on the next road over, west. If you get out on Beach Creek, you go west, and the next road over is a dirt road, and it goes to the top of that big hill up there. And when you get up on top of that big hill, you can see our house. It looks down on our house, and our house is on a hill.
And there's a cabin up there?
An unfinished cabin. Somebody started to build it, and they didn't finish it. So somebody could have drove her there. I don't know whose it is.
And law enforcement didn't check into that?
Oh yeah, they checked into all that. I'll guarantee you.
But the scent went to that cabin?
Hold on a minute. I gotta. On the footprint. The dog on the footprint.
Wow. So it's not true that the dogs hit on Jody Sue's feet, like everybody said.
I've never heard that before.
I hear a bird.
That's my thing. I got it. Hold on a minute.
Yeah, we haven't heard about the cabin before. I'm glad that we're talking about it. See how we can find,
Yeah, Cam talks all about it on his videos.
Cam, yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah, a lot of people said that the scent hit on Jody's dogs hit all the way up on Jody Sue's feet, and I didn't know if that was true or not. But
yeah, I've never heard that before, so I don't know.
And Jody Sue said it herself. She said her dog was with her, and then they accused her of fucking up the dog thing because her dog and the dog stopping there. Donald, I heard your mom owned 2 houses in that area. Is that true?
No. She just owned the one there. She put up everything to buy that property, and built what was there. She had an old trailer there, but we bulldozed it down because you can't do nothing with the trailer. So we did all. We've been under construction for years, trying to, better ourselves. But
how come you don't get a lawyer? How come you don't get a lawyer for Summer to find out exactly what law enforcement does have on her case? I mean, a lot of times they won't give you all the information, but an attorney can actually get all of that information because you have a right to know.
Right. I mean, I could call them, and they tell me what they can tell me. And maybe I should do that, but I haven't called them in a while. I've been pretty disgusted with the whole thing. So I don't know. And that's why I try to turn to YouTube, because I feel like at least I'm doing something, and you guys are trying to help all you can, you know. And
well, I tell you, I'd definitely be willing to help get a lawyer for Summer to get those police reports of what exactly they have.
Yeah. Well, they pretty much told me everything they have. I mean, the footprints is really all they got. They casted those, but
and they got Hunter's phone.
I don't know about that. If they still have that, or
of course they still have it. It's in evidence.
Yeah, they still have it according to what
it's been taken into evidence, and you know, and you got to wonder why.
Yeah, definitely, most definitely.
Now, did that phone ping? Did that phone ping in your guys' area?
That's a good question. It's a damn good question. Because I've always had my suspicions about that whole thing because of the way that they turned on us at the moment Summer disappeared. That should be the moment that they should have been consoling and worried. Why would they just turn and create all these stories, drama? It don't make sense.
You're right.
And then that biker group was in the area too that was supposed to get Hunter for his dad, and all that crazy stuff was going on too. And I thought they might have had something to do with it too for a long time. I still wonder.
You never know.
For the person in the chat that asked me, Phoebe, are you mistaken? I don't ever mistake anything. Right? I'm not mistaken.
Did you know that Grandma, Allie's grandmother, said she talked about Summer in alive not being alive anymore? She's like, the summer before Summer died. How would she know Summer died?
Who?
Grandma.
That's interesting.
Yeah. She slipped it out in one of the interviews. She said the summer before Summer died. And we're like, how would she know?
Who said that, Miss Daisy?
Graham Bunn did on JRL's when they were interviewing Allie and them.
Oh yeah. And Allie said that she saw Summer spirit on her porch that night, and it said and told her that she was home. I was like, no, Summer lives at 110 Ben Hill Road, not at your over in Kingsport. Why would Summer say that?
Right.
But you know, also with Allie making that statement, she was basically letting us know Summer's dead, right? But then Jody Sue said that Summer didn't die on June the 15th. She died that weekend.
Wow.
That's bad. That's awful.
So you got, you know, and that's what I'm saying. You know, somebody's lying. Somebody's lying.
Yeah.
And only the truth is going to find this baby. And what I'm saying is if Jody Sue's lying, I mean, if Jody Sue knows when Summer died, then she must know what happened to Summer, right? But if there's a bunch of bullshit and she's lying, then that is a cruel and monstrous thing to do, right?
It is.
Yes.
Very.
Because all she's doing is messing up this baby's case. She needs to shut her pie hole.
Yeah.
And Allie the same way, you know, if they don't know, don't say it.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Summer needs these people to step up and
it was Grandma
for her. You know, they need to step up and they need to speak nothing but truth for this baby.
You know, and none of them's been at the prayer vigils. None of them has been at any gathering for Summer. Hey, Don.
Yeah.
Donald, did you ever meet Hunter's dad?
No, I watched him on YouTube because I wanted to see kind of like what he was like and everything. Because I thought they might have took him to New York Summer to New York or something. So
Do you think that Jose could have had anything to do with Summer's disappearance since he ended up dead so quickly?
I don't think so, but like the police say, everybody's a suspect.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Right.
It's heartbreaking. I'm so sorry, Don, that you all are going through this.
Well, I appreciate that. I do, especially for the help for Summer.
Yeah, we're going to keep the face out here.
No, a lawyer can get a lawyer. What law enforcement is holding, they're holding stuff back, and a lawyer can get it all. And not only could a lawyer get it all, but a lawyer could also find out why Summer's case ain't moving forward with law enforcement, because I would think they should be doing a lot more than what they're doing right now.
I don't think there's anything they can do because there's just
I think they get off their asses and do a lot more.
there's just no evidence. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, you got to figure half our country's police force didn't have nothing better to do at the time, and they all showed up in Eastern Tennessee at that point in time. And there was a lot of people searching and everything, but you know what? Like I said, Chris McDonough and all that garbage really threw the entire investigation off. They're trying to railroad.
I understand it's an active investigation, but if it was my daughter, I would definitely have a lawyer relaying to me everything that's going on, because law enforcement will not relay to you everything that's going on. That's not true. But they will lawyer because they have to. And if they withhold anything from that lawyer, then their asses could be in a lot of trouble.
Right. Right now, I'm just trying to survive right now. I wish I could afford a lawyer, but since I don't work for Tucker's anymore, I'm really struggling. You know, I wish I could afford a lawyer to try to get my boys back, but I'm just really struggling right now.
Well, there's people that's been in the chat said that if you would let them know.
Are they thinking about taking the boys permanently or something, Donald? Is that what you're fighting right now?
Yeah, I need to get a good lawyer to fight for my boys, because to go up against CPS, you know.
Is CPS trying to get full custody of the boys now?
Of course they are. That's more money in their pocket. Of course they are.
Mm-hmm.
So they're wanting to basically, they're wanting to put the boys in foster care then until they're like 18.
Yeah. I mean, you got to look. The state of Tennessee gets $1.3 billion every year for kids that are in foster care.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
but if Candace doesn't go through the rehab, or she doesn't able to piss clean every time they pop up and hand a slip to them, they're not going to give you back the kids.
Well, Candace is doing really good. We've been doing AA meetings as much as we can. I haven't been able to do none out of town. I have, that big house they give me, I have to work every day. But I'm heading back home. I'll hit a couple of AA meetings and stuff. She's staying clean. She's doing good that way. I mean,
that's good, Don. I'm proud of y'all for that.
I know we slipped up and we was on YouTube and we was drinking and being stupid, and it looked really bad. And that's our fault. We shouldn't have been doing that. That was really dumb on our part, and it really did look bad. I know. But we're not.
Donald, have you ever thought about possibly just selling out up there on Ben Hill Road and getting a nice home that, a nice home in a subdivision or something, like a community.
Yeah, I thought about it.
And, kind of,
yeah, of course,
living the real kind of life.
Well, yeah, I thought about that. I thought about moving to Kingsport, because then they'd be closer to schools and stuff like that. But then I'm looking at a payment that I don't know that I can afford right now. And, if I could get my job back, or if I if I was more steady, I could do that. But first, I got to get, into steady employment. And
Oh, Donna, what did you mean when you said we just got Summer back?
I don't know where that come from.
It came from you. There's actually a video clip of you saying we just got her back.
Yeah, I have no idea why. I would say that I'd have to watch the clip and try to figure it out from there. Because I don't know why I would say that exactly or how old I really don't know.
Right.
That was like right after Summer went missing, I think.
Yeah.
I guess we just say things I guess we just don't realize we say,
If I could find the clip and look at it, I could probably tell you, but I really don't know right now.
Yeah. It's sad. I hate that this is happening to y'all. I mean,
well, I think everybody in the world faces trauma at one point in their life, various kinds. So we're all kind of in this world together.
That's true. Yeah. Life is like a vapor. You're only here for a little while. This ain't our permanent home.
Why do you think law enforcement keeps coming back, and why do you think they keep coming back to your home? Why do you think they keep coming back and questioning you guys, coming back and searching your house, coming back upon you and Candace?
Well, probably the biggest reason why is because a lot of people, they call that 1-800-TBI, and it's mostly YouTubers or people in, watching YouTube will hear something or think something, call TBI, and many times they've told us what was said, and we'll laugh about it kind of, but a lot of times.
What do you think Ronnie Lawson meant when he said, there is no evidence whatsoever of any type of abduction? And then he said that you and Candace Wells, that none of you are cooperating and that you're weird up.
Okay, let me clear that up real quick, because we've always cooperated with police 100%. We voluntarily done the lie detector test. Me and Candace both passed. I expected them to put inconclusive because, if I was law enforcement, you know what I mean? But that we both passed, and it's impossible to pass a lie detector test, I think. It's very.
It's really not that hard. I mean, if you take anything to slow the heart rate down, because that's what they go off. They go off your pulse and heart rate. If you take anything to slow that down, then yeah, you could pass with flying colors. And it also depends on your mind frame. Like if you're a Christian and you feel like, the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away, then you don't feel like you killed anybody, right? Because you don't have that power.
I'm gonna kindly disagree. If you're normal minded, passing that polygraph test would be impossible. If you have any conscience at all or anything like that, if you're a nutcase of some sort, you might be able to pass that test. But a normal, I don't know. But anyway, it's a difficult test. But when Ronnie Lawson kept saying that there's no evidence that she was abducted, finally, TBI, that woman, finally come on the air and says there's no evidence that she was abducted, but there's also no evidence that she was not abducted. And then finally, Ronnie Lawson quit saying that. But every time he would say that, everybody would attack us. Every time he said that.
At the 1 year mark, that question was asked again, and that woman stepped aside, and a gentleman stepped up there and said, yes, that still holds. There's no signs of an abduction.
And there's also no signs that there is not an abduction.
She didn't say that time. She stayed out of it.
But she finally did say that. So there's no evidence that she was abducted or wasn't abducted.
She said that before that time. I mean, the year mark, she just stepped out of it altogether. She didn't say anything.
The only thing, I'm not trying to be mean or nothing, but if there's no evidence that she was abducted, then where is she?
That's true.
From what Ronnie Lawson says, she's in the area. They have every ideal that she's in that area.
And but now Ron did also say for people, did you think it was right, Don, for him to tell people to did you think it was right for him to tell people to search their own houses? That's
Well, no, because if someone did take her off and had her in a barn or something like that, and she was
They could have
lost,
had her in their house. They could have had her in their house and
right?
and just say, well, she's not here. I mean, you think they'll open the door up and say, here she is. Here's Johnny. No. I mean, that is the dumbest damn thing I ever heard. Let people check their own house. Okay.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Right?
I didn't understand.
I'd be knocking at every fucking door, checking that house myself. If law enforcement wasn't going to do it, then they're going to have to arrest my ass because I'm going to be there going through those people's houses, right? We're baking a whole bunch of cookies and we're going to go there and everybody's going to plate of cookies and we're checking their house while they're eating them.
I'm not. Sorry.
You're fine.
Right. Thank you, Not Bull, to break. Don, thank you for coming up and talking about Summer.
Yes, thank you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Thoughts on Ronnie's
I appreciate you answering our questions, Donald. That's all I've been fighting for. That's all I've been fighting for is you to come out here. Just come out here, please, and answer our questions.
And I apologize to you all for all the miscommunication and all the bad stuff that was going on, and we was just so confused and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're fine.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Okay.
Sometimes when people are coming at you like that, Donald, you want to do things to feel like you're getting back at them as well.
Right. Exactly. And we had all them psychics and all this crazy stuff going on.
Donald, somebody wants me to ask you one more question.
Sure.
Did you see Andy on June the 15th? And did you see him come home?
Okay. Can you say that again a little slower? Sorry.
Did you see Andy Bernard on June the 15th? And did you see him come home?
Yes.
Was he there before you or was you there before him?
I think he was there afterwards when he got off work. And I know for a fact that the police checked with where he was and that he was at work like he said he was and all that. Yes. So.
Okay. Because I know they have a gas station across from his work. And it does have surveillance, so they would know if he was there or not.
Right.
And this person wanted to know, did you know about Ronnie L's son?
Yes. I never knew anything about him until you guys brought it to light. Actually, I did nothing about that.
Yeah, it come out on the news.
But him, I found out in jail that he was messing around in the meth trade. So he's pretty well, he probably could have known Fred Hill and more than likely did.
What kind of vehicle was Andy driving on June the 15th, if you don't mind me asking?
It was a gray Ram truck with big tires on it. Full size gray Ram truck.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you answering that.
Yeah, absolutely. And all we want is this little baby found. Any way we can help,
all I want, Miss Daisy, is the truth. All I want is the truth because it's going to take the truth to bring this baby home. And if we want her home, we got to get the truth.
And isn't it amazing how the truth keeps coming out? Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, and you know why, Donald? Because Summer has 1,000 million prayer warriors out here. I know in my chat alone, her army are absolutely sending up them prayers. They're sending them prayers up in the name of Jesus Christ to bring this baby home. And I'm going to tell you, my faith, I know God's going to answer us. I don't know when, but I know He is.
And thank you. Thanks
He's
everybody.
He's going to bring this baby home. We are going to know what happened to this baby at some point.
I sure hope and pray. I really do.
serve a mighty God, a mighty, mighty big God.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to tell you, Donald, there's so many people dropping tears out here for this little girl. So many people want to know where she is. And so many people are begging. They're begging God in the name of Jesus Christ to please just give us the answers because we need closure.
And I guess that's where a lot of the anger come from, I guess, because they just wanted her found so bad. Everybody was getting so angry and a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, a lot of fake people coming out, and boy,
it was a mess.
Yes.
You know,
I
still don't know why Fred Hill's lying. I'm going to go back to Ziggy. I'm going to go back to Ziggy, and I, and Fred Hill, he's answering things behind the scenes and everything for Ziggy, but I'm going to go back to Ziggy, and I want Ziggy to ask Fred Hill why he's fucking lying so much, right? Fred Hill needs to man up and confess to why he's lying. And, I do know he had some dirty thoughts about Summer in his mind, trying to say it was Andy's son, but those dirty thoughts were in his mind. And this little girl came up missing. And I often wonder that day he had those dirty thoughts in his mind, said he climbed a hill to find Summer.
It ain't no time to be playing around, that's for sure.
Well, he said that, I'm thinking he thought Summer was up on that hill alone. And he said he found Jody Sue's son up there with her. I'm starting to wonder if Jody Sue's son wouldn't have been there, wouldn't have been there, would Summer got took that day? I mean, was he coming up on your hill to get her then? He acted so pissed off that Jody Sue's son was there when he came up on that hill.
Makes you wonder. He's inserted himself in this case a lot.
He has inserted himself, and he's inserted himself with a lot of lies. And he also said he was wired to get Donald to talk.
You still with us, Don?
I think we lost him. So, I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe he'll connect.
Yeah, he's definitely sober, but he has to be sober to drive. Yeah. I mean, you're on a freeway. Last thing you want to do is be drunk, right?
Yeah. He's been doing good, Prayer Garden. I'm telling you, this is every night we've talked to Don, he's been like this.
And that one night he popped up. He was not sober. I knew from his eyes, absolutely not. I looked right in his eyeballs. I tell you, absolutely not.
I don't know if he's gonna come back to us or not. He's talked to us for a while there, ain't he, Prayer Garden?
I can give Don props because I know when Summer first came up missing, Donald was trying to stay clean. I mean, he was fighting like hell. He was fighting with the devil to stay clean.
And that's what
he was trying to get Candace to get clean too. Donald was not up for no 6 months on Child Protective Services plan on the boys. He wanted to try to get clean and get them back as soon as possible. So I can't say that. I can't say that for him.
I don't know if he's going to.
He said he did. He said he played games. He said that him and Candace played games and that they're very sorry that they played games like that. That, they're trying to turn it around and do what they should have did then now. That's what he was telling Miss Daisy.
Don's used to Prayer Garden. They talked way before, right?
VP, I do not flip-flop. I do not flip-flop. Not at all. Not at all. I do not flip-flop. We got to get answers. We got to, in order to find Summer, we have got to get answers, right? We got to ask questions to get the answers. And that's what we're up here doing tonight. We're up here asking questions to get answers, right?
It's for Summer.
For Summer, absolutely. So please don't call me a flip-flop, ever. You do not know my mind. You do not know my motives. Please do not call me anything.
I can't ask questions very good. I just don't know what to say. But you did a good job, Prayer Garden. I hope he comes back. I think he's
one thing I can say about Donald, he don't like to lie to me because he knows to stick himself. And you don't want to argue.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah,
what happened to you?
I got a phone call and it cut me off, but somehow it cut it back on. I don't know. Wow.
Wow.
I'm lost in the fog right now.
It's foggy out. Early in the morning. You there, Prayer Garden? Prayer Garden.
Hey, Donald. What was Fred moving off his heel? What was he moving on the day that Summer came up missing?
Fred was moving something off the hill?
You said that he was moving a bunch of scrap metal or something.
Yeah, he was hauling a bunch of scrap metal to the junkyard.
What was he driving? Do you know what he was driving and what color it was?
Yeah, at the time, he was driving that little yellow Nissan truck that's broke down in front of his house right now.
Oh, okay.
It tore up on him, I guess.
Right. You know, a lot of people kept talking about a little truck, and they kept saying red truck, but you know, a lot of people can't remember what color something is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean,
I have that.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, they remember it's a truck, but they want to say it was red or they want to say it was purple, and then when you find it, it was actually, you know, white or black. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, people do that.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, I do got my suspicions on Fred Hill, and I have had suspicions on Fred Hill because of what he said about Jody Sue's son having dirty thoughts. And I don't know what was in Jody Sue's son's head, and I know Fred Hill does not have any idea what was in Jody Sue's son's head because he's not a mind reader. But those dirty thoughts was in his mind about this little girl.
Yeah.
I know what he was thinking in his mind.
Right.
Yeah. And he did come up here, and he was angry that, you know, he wasn't alone. So could it have been possible he came back and got her? I don't know.
It's just like that whole. It's just like that whole pile of bones episode with Ziggy. I know Fred ain't that stupid.
I know. That was crazy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
No. I was actually on Prayer Garden's live that night. That came out. Remember Prayer Garden?
Mm-hmm.
I should have been there.
I remember.
Are you still there, Prayer Garden?
Hey, Donald.
Yeah.
Did Fred? Well, of course, Fred came up on your property. He came up on your property a lot, right?
Yes. He'd come up for various reasons, you know, to talk or just to, you know, see if I had a tool or whatever it was, you know. But
and a lot of times unannounced.
sorry, I missed that.
A lot of times he just come up unannounced, just be
Yes.
on your property, and you're like, whoa, where did he come from?
Yes. Other people have too.
So he was very familiar. Well, other people ain't out here lying.
Right.
Would Summer just come up to a stranger? Would she go with a stranger?
I don't think so. I mean, when I'd go around people, I took her to the shop a few times, and she was scared of the people at the shop. At Tucker Drywall, and she would hold on close to me.
I do not think Summer would go with a stranger. Absolutely not. She would scream and carry on. No, absolutely. If someone would leave Summer away from the property, it was someone he knew.
I don't know. They have them shows where they do them experiments where that guy comes up and he says, "Hey, you want to see my puppies? I got some puppies," and the kids will go with you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't say that for sure.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
Was Summer afraid of Fred? Was Summer afraid of Fred Hill?
I hope so. Man. Ziggy ain't.
I mean, if Fred Hill came up on your property and was talking to her and then told her, I got some candy or ice cream down here. Do you want to go get some? Would she go with him?
I'd like to think that she wouldn't, but I can't say that I know that for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like a puppy or something.
I know she loved to be outside. She was always outside. I don't know how many times I had to go out and get her and say, "Summer, you cannot be outside by yourself. You just can't." And I was trying so hard to explain it to her the best I could.
I mean, the same thing happened with Little Monkey. He got out the backyard and down the road. He's seen on several cameras knocking on doors.
So at the time she came up missing, Fred Hill was leaving the area.
Yes. He was hauling scrap up on a trailer to the junkyard, and then he showed up way later, after the police were all there and everything. And there was so many first responders there that they actually blocked all of Ben Hill, and all of Beach Creek was completely blocked off. Couldn't go nowhere. I went down the hill in the Subaru because I was going to go look myself, and I got blocked in at the bottom of the driveway. Couldn't go nowhere. It was just a complete cluster mess.
Yeah. Probably should have not had nobody there. They should have had, I don't know really what they did,
Well, it had to be someone. If she was let off that property, it had to absolutely be someone. It had to be someone who knew, because if it was with Brandis and Candace right there at the trailer door, they would have heard her screaming or fighting someone who didn't know. So it would have to be someone that could keep her quiet to get her, away from there.
Yeah.
He's aware of that, Haley.
That's what I'm saying.
He's aware of it, Haley. He said it earlier. Don, you're aware of all the RSOs in that area now that you've
I am now, yeah. I had no idea. Yeah.
Was there any of Summer's toys missing when she disappeared?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that we're aware of. We still have all her best of her toys, and we're hanging on to them for her. But
Oh, you still have her toys then?
Yes.
Do you know if they've not cleared anybody as a suspect, have they, Don?
No, everybody's still a suspect, like I said, which is true because just like your guys' mind and my mind just keeps bouncing back and forth from different people and
Hey,
stuff
Don,
all over and over. Yeah.
how come Candace don't want nobody up on, I mean, why do you not want nobody up there searching the property? I mean, why are you and her not wanting anyone to be up there looking around the property?
Well, it's just because we've just been through so much hell and there's been so many fake people up there and they film and they go on YouTube and say bad stuff about us and fake search teams and the police have tore our place apart 11 times that I know of.
Wow.
Right.
And it's just, but I mean, like we let Dolly come up the other day, and he seen the progress we was making in the house. We still got a ways to go, but he was real polite about it.
Dolly's a good guy. He's a good guy.
So maybe in time, we can open up a little more and stuff like that to people. I'd like to, but I just don't want to be. We don't want to be attacked. I mean.
Yeah, I'd be careful.
But what my thing is by not coming, by not wanting to let people look around the property, people say, well, it's maybe because you guys, you're afraid that somebody's going to find Summer or they're going to find evidence that you did something. What I'm saying is, a lot of people think that it makes you and Candace look guilty not wanting anyone around there to look for something.
And I can see how they would see it like that, but it's just we've had hundreds and hundreds of police all over the place, day after day after day, and
yeah, but
and other people.
Sometimes the police overlook things that someone else might be able to find to help find her and bring her home. Right?
I mean, we have had other searchers up there. I can't mention their names or who they are. With dogs, professional people, we've had a lot of good friends come up there, and some of them are YouTubers, but they're not. They didn't put it on their channel. They didn't even mention anything about it, and I got pictures of them, and it was pretty cool, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've had a lot of searches.
I don't blame you. I don't think I would let just anybody come up there, because I mean, what if
does Robin still come around, Donald?
Yeah. Do what again? Robin?
Robin from church. Does she still come over?
Yeah.
Checking on Candace?
Yeah.
Candace is
Yeah, she's a sweetheart.
I met her.
Did you?
Yeah, I met her at the vigil, Summer's birthday party vigil last year. They all prayed for me. Timothy and them, they prayed for me. They were so sweet.
Good deal.
All right, Miss Daisy. I'm gonna have to get off here. I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta be to work, and I gotta take care of kids. So I'm gonna have to get off here. And Don, I appreciate.
Thank you for
all the questions.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
God bless.
Thank
much
you,
love.
Prayer Garden. God bless you, Prayer Garden.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Prayer Garden. So, Don, is there any questions that you have for our chat? Or anything you want to say to our chat that you want to get out there?
I would like to apologize for the way that we come off to people, at first, because we didn't know how to react to all this whirlwind of stuff going on. So I apologize for me and Candace because of our behavior, and I appreciate everybody's prayers and everything that they're trying to do for our baby girl, and from the bottom of my heart.
But that was such a horrible time, and so many people bombarded you all, and it was just so traumatizing. I mean, I can kind of see
It really was.
it's horrible.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like
Yes.
one of the worst nightmares in the whole world to lose a child.
Yes, and for all the people that could see through that and still stuck with us, even though it was being complete idiots, I appreciate it very much. Definitely trying hard to change everything, And so thank you, But
Yeah, and you can't
that's
give up
about it.
on God because
Right.
God's going to carry you through this, both you and Candace. You have to hold on to Him.
Yes, definitely.
Sometimes
And
you have to
hopefully I'll see y'all at the birthday party. I hope I can make it there, and maybe I can meet some of y'all. And maybe we
Are
can
they
talk
going?
there.
Who's going to
That
have
would
a
be great.
birthday party? Do you know? Is there a birthday party coming?
Yeah, they're gonna have a birthday party for Summer. Like I said, I don't really want to go without Summer, but I would like to meet some of the people though.
Yeah,
I
who's
mean, I
having
don't.
it? Do you know?
I think Robin is doing everything to make it all happen. And I think they're having it at the church, I believe.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that'll be good. Don, that right there will help you. That'll help you.
Yeah.
I know you don't want to have it without her, but
Right.
just keeping her memory alive. She would want it.
Yeah.
She would want it.
For sure. I'm gonna try hard to be there this time, for sure. But like we was at that one prayer vigil, and a bunch of people recorded him, and they said a bunch of bad stuff, like why is
Yeah.
why is he looking this way, or his eyes twitched. Oh my God, just a bunch of weird stuff. And that's what really, the way
Yeah.
it was. But I appreciate y'all very much, and God bless you all. Thank you.
God bless you too, Don. And you be careful going home.
Oh yeah, almost there.
Oh, okay.
But I'm almost at my exit, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. Thanks again, okay?
You're welcome. And you take care and tell Candace I said I'm praying for her.
Okay, thank you, and I'll catch you guys on the flip side. God bless.
Okay. All right. God
All right.
bless. Good night, Don.
Good night.
Good night. Hey guys. I think I'm gonna go ahead and end this live tonight too. But let's see. Okay, thank you guys for being respectful in the chat tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and take Don down because there he goes. Thank you guys for being respectful. Do you all feel like that a lot of your questions were answered on the live tonight? He really was. What do you guys think? Do you all agree with me that he's sincere about his baby girl? And he apologized. I mean, he's really doing good, guys. Love you, Miss Chewy. Um, I really just think that y'all keep an open mind and think about what these people are going through in their minds, what they have been going through. They're not only fighting, to keep sober and addiction problems, but they're also, thank you, Miss Giselle. Thank you for that super chat earlier, too, sweetheart. But they're also fighting, just dealing with losing everything, their children, their baby girl. I mean, can you imagine still thinking about the what ifs of what happened to this baby? Thank you, Prayer Garden, for asking the questions that I couldn't ask. She's good at them. I was like, where'd Prayer Garden go? She left me because I'm not good at asking questions, and Prayer Garden did a great job. Thank you, Prayer Garden, for asking those questions and being respectful and being kind to Don. I know that you have a different view on things, but I also know that you actually want to get down to the nitty gritty and find out what really happened to the baby girl. And thank you for asking those questions and being respectful. This is sad, you guys. Yeah, PG did do great. If you guys haven't hit that subscribe button, please hit that subscribe button and hit that like button, and that just helps our channel grow. And now look, we found more out tonight than I even knew. And we didn't know about the cabin, and Don told us that. And there's things Don didn't know that we let him know. So see how that works, guys? Maybe if we all work together, we could figure out what happened to this baby girl. Do you guys see what I'm saying? But I do love everybody, and I thank you guys for being respectful. I know that a lot of you guys have different views on things, and I understand that. But I just do want to ask you guys to pray about this and keep an open mind about what really could have happened here. There's so many bad people around that area. It is sad. It makes me want to cry, especially if these people are being attacked and they didn't have anything to do with it, you know? And here we are just coming at them. And what if it was somebody else? It matches what Fred said about seeing him there. I don't know. That's just what he's saying, guys. But I feel like that at least he came up here and answered questions for us. That thank you, my three sons, that we didn't know, and he didn't have to do that, you all. And put yourself. I mean, we never know. Like, we can turn our computers off, and we've said this to Brandy as well, Monkey's mama. We can turn our computers off at the end of the day and still have our family. Some of us can. There's a lot of people who has lost their family, just like Don and Candace. But at the end of the day, they don't have their summer. They don't have their boys. And their life has been ripped upside down and inside out. So just think about that, you know. Try to think about that. But I'm going to go ahead and end this live. Thank you guys for sticking with me. Like I said, thank you guys for being so respectful. And please, please, please keep this baby in your prayers. And I'm going to leave you with a little video of her. And please pray for Don and Candace and everybody in the situation, law enforcement and TBI and FBI. And let's hope one day we find her. God bless, and I love you guys. Good night, everybody.